And we're live. Painkiller already, episode 211 with our guest, Anthony Cumia.
Hi.
We're glad to have Anthony with us again tonight. But first things first, we need to talk about the sponsor of the night, and that is Crunchyroll.com. Now, we've been using Crunchyroll.com for a few weeks now. In case you guys don't know, they are the world's largest library for all your anime needs. The cool thing about these guys, at first we said that they were the Netflix of anime, but we have now decided that they're better than that, because here's the deal with them. You're not getting 1-year-old content, 2-year-old content. An hour after this shit debuts in Japan, there's some guy sitting in a fucking closet at their headquarters transcribing this shit at the speed of lightning and uploading it for you guys to watch. So there's
gunpoint.
Yes, they have Japanese.
And when you say some
guards.
guy, you mean 8-year-old child laboring slave, right?
I'm not gonna say that about tonight's sponsor. This went dark in a bad way, but it's Crunchyroll.com/PK for a free month. You may have noticed we've been watching Attack on Titan, some of the live streams. So I think we're
It got good.
7 episodes. It got good. They're having a real hard time with their exposition. I feel like there's times where we'll watch a big boss battle and they kill a few giants, they dance around, a lot of stuff happens, the story moves forward, and then the character meets someone who wasn't there at the battle, and he tells them the whole story, and we got to sit there oh, all right, yeah, he's gonna tell them about what we all just watched.
We should have an Attack on Titan themed PKA where we'll tell a joke and then I'll tell everyone about the joke we just told.
Remember that time I told that joke 3 minutes ago? Yeah, that's it. So that's a little lame, but I'm still gonna stick with it. We're gonna do another live stream of that, and if you guys want to be on board for that, it takes about 2 minutes to sign up. It is free for a whole month. So just use the code. It's Crunchyroll.com/PK. Use that link and sign up there, and you'll be able to watch with us next time. And they don't just have Attack on Titan, like I said, where they have Naruto Shippuden, which is going to be our next selection after we watch all 500 episodes of Attack on Titan. I know Taylor wants to see that. And what was the soy sauce one that you liked? The Kikuman Challenge or something?
Kikuman's Revenge.
Yeah, Kikuman's Revenge.
That's gonna be a good one.
The diarrhea monologue. That's gonna be.
At first I was like, "Are these real?" Now I know
they're not fucking real. I'm making up what's going on. But seriously, we have enjoyed it. I was not an anime guy. I honestly, before I started watching these guys, I thought that anime was just what the guys who write who draw the hentai porno cartoons do in their spare time. It was all right, I'll do one porno for the money and now I can draw my anime. And I just thought it was kind of an offshoot of that. But no, it's actual real entertainment. And I was pleasantly surprised, and there's a whole new branch of film, I guess, that was out there that I hadn't explored. So
Crunchyroll, they do not offer the crazy Japanese porn, right?
No tentacle porn. I searched
drawing,
high and low. There was no tentacle porn to be found. I had to. That's motherless.com if you're into the tentacle porn.
Hey,
now,
Motherless
let me tell you about motherless.com.
All right, you look 15 seconds on WoodyCraft. We're doing an event. It is a factions event. You'll go on. There's going to be basically it's a canoning event. We'll have a thing that's really hard to get in. We'll set up the rules to make it challenging, and whoever gets in gets prizes and money and stuff like that. So we've been doing this. I guess this is our 3rd week in a row. We've been doing an event, trying to make Christmas flipping awesome. So check out the WoodyCraft.net homepage. It'll explain what the competition's all about, and then everyone who even tries gets entered for a prize that you win, towards Christmas. And just putting a lot of time, effort, and money into promoting the thing. So I hope that it's been going real well. Well, last week went awesome. The week before that, technical difficulties. So hopefully this week goes awesome too. It'll be Sunday, the day after you watch this. Let me look up a calendar here. It is the
Let's hope for
21st.
2 for 3 from WoodyCraft.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. Because we're at 50-50 so far. Last week's went great though, and then the week before it went okay. I mean, it worked. We had winners and everything. It was legit, but people got disconnected.
Well, we breezed into WoodyCraft. I wanted to talk about that hentai.
Of course you did.
Porn. I had never seen it at all. I'd heard about it, and probably a week ago, we had talked about it on the show, and I wanted to figure out what the hell was going on. So I didn't look it up then. I waited until the next time that I needed those kind of services, and then I was like, I'm going to check out some hentai porn, and it was so awful, so uncomfortable, so cringy. The whole thing is it doesn't sound like adult women getting fucked. It's like go oh, shipoteko, oh, and it's like, oh my god, these are fucking children actors getting fucked by, and they're not even normal cocks sometimes. It's like a thorned dick, like a big thorn cock.
Yes,
in and out.
it'll have nodules on it, and it'll like suckers. And sometimes, sometimes the girl will be in the clutches of like, I don't know, a mythical monster that has like many tentacles, and he'll be like, his face will be like over here detached, like smiling. So imagine like a head just like.
and like in normal
porn, there's like 8 tentacles holding her in place, and then like a few of them, going in, her orifices, just in and out, and all kinds. It's ridiculous. It's. Do you know what we're talking about here, Anthony? Have you seen this tentacle porn?
I've seen so much tentacle porn in my day. It's always, like I said, some glowing octopus-like tentacle, and then the girl going like, "Oh no, no!"
See, like with normal porn, like you see the girl's face sometimes, and like she's trying to fake that she's having a good time. With this porn, they're embracing and they're cherishing the fact that the drawn actress is not enjoying herself, and that she is actively, willfully trying to get away from these octopus cocks.
Yeah, it's very horrific. Oftentimes, and this isn't just the hentai. This seems to be a commonality in just Japanese pornography in general. Rape is a big thing for those guys, apparently. Like, they're all about some rape. And that's just not a big thing for me. So I find it difficult to find good Japanese porn because there's so much rape. And if it's not just complete forced penetration, then it's that like ghost man scenario I described to you guys before. Remember this? Where they wear like an opaque like onesie where all that is exposed is like their eyes and their cock.
Yeah, and they have that little furry pixelated cock.
Yeah, totally. And the idea that you're supposed to like suspend your disbelief is that the women can't see this guy because he's wearing like a white onesie. And she's just like, oh, and then it's like nobody knows why there's a dick in her mouth. It's like an invisible dick. So it's Japanese porn in general is some of the worst porn. I don't know. I think it's tied with German porn, which is more angry and nine. But
all of the countries that get kind of stomped on in wars have fucked up porn.
Yeah.
Who makes the best
when
porn?
You think about when the whole world is trying to kill you, the entire world hates you, I think your porn will become very, very debaucherous.
Russian porn.
Oh yeah, you can't get off on a little bit of ass to mouth once you've had nukes thrown your way. You need something a little more deviant.
Now, most of the Russian porn that I've seen seems to be like a big hairy like dude like banging some really hot skinny blonde chick. Like that seems to be like all of their porn. Like that's what all Russian porn I've ever seen is something. Really, you've seen other Russian porn?
Well, yeah. I mean, allow me to flex my expertise on the topic. Okay. But in my opinion, Russian porn is pretty much the teen stuff where you have unbelievably high. It appears that supermodels in Russia are a dime a dozen, and they don't necessarily become supermodels. They could become low-grade porn stars in shitty apartment buildings. And you've got some what looks like a popular kid in college or something, and a freaking supermodel who's like rail thin with abs and big boobs, and they're just like, oh, here's like random amateur Russian porn, and it's these two practically model people going at it with no production value.
Because they're allowed to fat shame in Russia. Bitch gets too fat, they can say, you know what? No, I'm not saving you from the tundra. I'm not going to hide under you for 10 months of our winter.
I'm going to slice you open like a... What is that freaking monster that Luke Skywalker rides? A tauntaun. I will slice you open like a tauntaun, keep myself warm in the Russian tundra, and then come springtime, there'll only be beautiful people left.
Yeah, you need a Georgia girl for that. You can't do that in Russia. They've all been berated so soundly that they're very attractive. Good features.
Taylor, things like that can happen though. Like societal changes can really affect what the women look like. All right, now give me an example. Taylor, have I ever explained to you why a lot of women in certain parts of Europe are just not very attractive?
Dental.
No. So it goes back to the Spanish Inquisition. It goes back to the days when they burned witches. It goes back to then when the church was looking everywhere for these witches. Back then, all it took was like a couple of people to accuse you of being a witch, and all of a sudden, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition, and they're there, and they're torturing you to death, because you're a witch. So
personally, I take a different side on the whole witch thing. You know, I think that until science could prove there was no such thing as witches, it was better safe than sorry.
Look, here's what would happen though. Like if there was a hot chick in the village, the ugly fat bitches would all get together and be like, she's probably a witch. That's why she doesn't have. That's why she doesn't have crow's feet and dark circles. No wonder no wonder she's 110. They rat her out, and this literally happened so much, they killed all the fucking hot women. They killed so many hot women that now they're uglier in those parts of the world now.
I like the opposite one, right? Like if you go to like Finland and Scandinavia or wherever the fuck Vikings are coming from, they didn't bring back the ugly chicks. Nah, they would go to other nations, take all the hot chicks, and now they're just filled with like 5'11" blonde, beautiful women. Bastards. I used to, like the young version of me would be like, dude, I should go there. That's where all the hot chicks are. But I don't know that I could score over there because there's hot guys there too. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that whole country where I would be the ugliest guy there. No interest in you, shitheads. USA.
It's been a rough week for the USA.
It has. Well, I don't know. I mean, when it comes to torture, we are number one.
Woo! It has been a rough. It's been a rough week in the headlines. You know, you had the whole torture report, and I guess the whole ending the embargo with Cuba thing was a good thing. We could talk about that a bit. But then there was the whole like seemingly backing down over that stupid fucking movie over a comedy movie.
Well, that's not USA. I don't think. I could be wrong, but I think of that as Sony.
Yeah, I guess that's Sony. So is that Japan again fucking us?
Wait, have they fucked us prior to this?
World War II.
They tried.
Oh, I would think that they were the receiver in that situation there. We most definitely fucked Japan with a nuclear bomb in World War II.
2 of them.
Yeah, 2 of them. Right. Japan's definitely the girl in our relationship.
Okay, fair enough. They're the catcher.
Yeah. They're the catcher. Yeah, you could make them a guy if you wanted. Yeah, that works.
So if I'm being honest, like I wanted to tackle the whole
a forced
interview thing from the perspective of the U.S. stopping, but if it was just Sony, we can't get as mad, really. You know, it's a private company.
You can still get mad. No,
I don't like it because
So which topic are we on?
Let's talk about the interview.
All right, the interview.
Anthony picks.
Anthony pick.
What? Who's to blame? I say Korea. What?
So yeah, all right. So I guess we'll talk about the interview then. So for people who are just tuning in, or maybe just haven't been watching Reddit or whatever, I'm not sure if the world is furious over this or just Reddit. But there was a movie from Seth Rogen and James Franco coming out, and they were going to interview. Is it Kim Jong-il?
Un.
Oh, thank you. So they're going to interview Kim Jong-un, and then the U.S. gets wind of this. They're having such a hard time executing. They're going to use this interview as a way to get in close to him and kill him. And the North Koreans went ballistic about it. They got all upset and just started like hacking and attacking Sony, and they're issuing all sorts of like threats towards America and such. But we've grown like thick-skinned about that. They do that all the time. And but their hacks against Sony have been so successful, outing like private emails and exchanges about actors and actresses and all sorts of stuff. I couldn't even name it all. That when they said they were going to blow up people in movie theaters airing this film, they decided not to air it. And that's that.
That's bullshit.
It's
absolute bullshit. Because for once, that creepy dictator in North Korea has affected me. This is the only time he's ever done anything or been able to affect me. Because I was gonna go watch that movie in theaters because I like Seth Rogen, I like James Franco, I like their movies, and I heard about them doing this like months and months and months ago, and I've been looking forward to it since. And with all this build-up, with all this crazy stuff, North Korea actually like responding to it and everything, that got me more interested. So
Right. So I only see a movie like every 2 or 3 months, like when something bigger comes out. I saw something just recently. I only remember, but every 2 or 3 months I'll catch like one of the blockbusters, like the things you should see in the theater. And that's it. And I don't know that this movie was really going to make that cut. It was like, it's the interview, it'll be funny, but I'll catch it on Netflix or rent it or Amazon
They
Prime
buddy
it.
up with They buddy up with Kim Jong Un, and like they're riding in a tank together, like laughing and like drinking together and stuff. Like I think it's gonna be really funny.
To me, I was as
It was going to be
interested-
hilarious, and honestly, I would have been fine the rest of my life watching generation after generation of small, obese Asian men bully them, as long as they didn't bother me in my entertainment. Like,
So,
I don't really care other than this.
You know the
As long
movie?
as they're out of our fucking life.
I think it
do
was
what you want.
the neighbor. Seth Rogen was in it, and that guy from High School Musical was in it.
Zac Efron,
right? Without the hype, that movie was on the same level as The Interview, right? You know, it was just like, oh yeah, it's a Seth Rogen movie, it'll be funny, or This Is the End, right? That was maybe even a little higher than The Interview to me. But with North Korea responding to this thing, it has Streisand affect the fuck out of this thing. It is, it's huge. I want to see this movie more now. My interest is so piqued. I saw the clip where Kim Jong Un dies. King Un, right? Yeah, I got it. And they have totally Streisand effect. People don't know. I think
this thing is gonna be.
I find it really odd that they didn't want this movie out because it makes Kim Jong Un look bad, and they didn't like the fact that he gets assassinated at the end. But now I think more people have seen that death clip, that leaked death clip of Kim Jong-un catching on fire and his head exploding than ever would have seen it if they just let the movie get out there and play.
Yeah. They need a social media advisor because the Streisand effect, I think half of you at least know, and everyone on the show. But Barbra Streisand, I think she was trying to keep the location of her house or one of her homes private. So she like sued to get it removed from the internet, and that gathered so much attention that like far more people paid attention to it than otherwise would have. And now it's known as the Streisand effect. If you look the other way, sometimes things will just fade. If you cause a big fuss about it, it can go the wrong way. I've done it.
Yeah, tell people on social media that you don't want them to do something or you don't like something, and yeah, they'll just leave it alone. I've seen it happen. It's amazing how courteous and caring people on Twitter and everyone is when you really don't want something out there.
Yeah, if you're embarrassed by something or something hurts your feelings, they'll clearly change their course and start politely treating you like you want them to. That's how that goes.
I know there was a picture I took before I got the boot over there from the Opie and Anthony show. There was a picture of me with Mike Tyson, Opie, and Jimmy. And I said it could possibly be the worst picture I've ever taken in my life. And everyone was so sympathetic. It's really the only picture anyone uses now when referencing me. So, yeah, they're not very nice.
I know the picture you're talking about, and it is bad. You got your lip pulled up under your teeth, gives you a weird...
I think my chin is sticking out. I don't know what the fuck happened. It looks like...
you look 30 years older than you are in that photo.
Yeah, it's really bad.
They do that every time. I think everyone has one. And just for the record, there's a photo that everybody, that people who like me like to share out there. You know the one. I look like I'm at a fucking like a photo shoot or something, because it looks like there's one of those blurry background things like you get at like a high school photo shoot. It looks like my hair has been teased. It looks like my makeup has been done. Here is the truth. I was at a machine gun shoot in Tennessee put on by Lucky Gunner. They brought me out. They said I could shoot all I wanted. I had been shooting all day. I sat down on a bench. I was tired. I was kind of looking at the ground, and then out of the corner of my eye, I see a cameraman with a big fucking lens, and I go, and look up, and he's going, ba-bam, 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 and just fucking, I'll say this, the photo looks great. I guess I'm attractive in the photo. But I hate that goddamn photo. I look like such a fucking douchebag.
Link it.
No,
it's okay.
I thought you were talking about.
Don't worry, it's not
the
as if I
one
didn't
where
just
you're
show
kind of
Anthony's.
staring into the camera, listlessly, smokily with your eyes.
No.
Where you look kind of like a pre-op transsexual.
Yes, that one. Yeah, the one.
Yeah, I knew it was that one. I knew that description would get you.
Wait,
the one
it's
you're
not
taking
the
glamour shots?
Hang on, I'm gonna find the fucking image.
Yes, thank you. It's got to be this one.
Okay, so first of all, if you're gonna do an image of me, I want. Hang on, let me get some.
It's
pushes.
not that one, right?
Hang on, I'm doing a push over here. I want to be able to.
I thought maybe I found it for you.
I want to be able
this
to
is the
show
one I
you.
was thinking of. The very feminine little photo.
That's a good shot of Kyle.
Okay, so this is the one I would rather you use. If you're gonna do me, look, here's a good picture of me. That's the picture. That's a good one. Look, I'm happy. I'm good looking. The sun's behind me. I got a gun. It's the whole thing. Got my branding going on.
Humble.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying there are worse pictures like the one that right there where I look I hate that picture. I hate that picture so much. They always use that picture, and I hate it. I hate that they always use it because I was
picture
sitting.
that I used that I showed.
I don't know. Let me see what you linked because I was.
Yeah, it's the one that he hates. That has to be because he
That
can't
can't
like.
I hate that. Yes, I hate that.
This is the picture you like that you didn't prep for. This was just a random like.
Yes.
This is like what's the meme? Like unusually good looking or something? What is the one? Come on.
I don't know. It looks like you're looking up with yearning at the eyes of a larger, hairier man, asking how well you did.
It looks like a photographer saying like, give it to me, give it all to me, yeah, show me what you want, and like he's like drawing something out of me. I swear to God, I was sitting on like a log, like thinking to myself, I'm pretty sore.
Bet you were.
I was thinking like, do I want to shoot the crystal? I was my
Were
shoulder
you
was
sore?
sore from the machine.
Were you sore as you sat on the log?
Just listen, from shooting the machine gun, and I was like, I don't even know if I was thinking about whether I wanted to shoot this next machine gun or not, or whether I wanted to go home, because they were giving me a hard time because I had started a small fire on the range, and this guy was just fucking. This photographer was right there, just creepily snapping away, and that was his shot. He got another one that makes me look. I don't like the photographer at all. I think he was trying to make me look like a douchebag, and he accomplished it. I didn't like it. I hate that picture.
I don't think you look like a douchebag in that picture.
Looks like
Yeah,
a
I kinda
G
do.
shot.
Yeah,
I like the one that I shared better. I think that represents me better. I'm happy, having a good time, just enjoying
There's
myself.
one of me.
I need to find a photo the one that Anthony was talking about, because that blows yours out of the water as far as bad.
Oh, I already showed it to everyone. Let me see.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, the one they use of me when they hate me, it's not even a real fucking picture. This guy does like speed drawings of people, and I look absolutely sinister and like 52 years old, like 10 years older than I am. Yeah, it's like a caricature of me.
You know those Jay Leno's with the big chin? It's almost that bad. Like, it's just a caricature of Woody. It's a cartoon drawing. And they're like, yeah, that's him. That's what we represent Woody.
Yeah, like all the haters grab the same like hand-drawn picture of me where I look absolutely evil, and I'm like
a wanted poster.
Like, that's not even fair. Like, it's one thing to grab a bad photo of someone, at least that's a photo. It's another to take a hand-drawn picture and use that. That's cheating. But dude, yeah. So I wonder what's going to happen with the interview. Do you think that it's going to get
make so much fucking money? Here's what I think is going to
make
happen.
a fuck ton.
Here's what I hope happens. I hope that. I hope that they release it as some sort of view on demand on the internet somewhere where I can like pay $15, $20. I don't care how much it costs. Something reasonable, of course. I was already going to take myself and somebody else to the thing anyway, so why not? I would pay to watch it online. So I think it'll make a ton of money. They've got so much online support and so many people angry about this. I think that a lot of people would watch it just to give the finger to North Korea.
Sony should sell it to somebody.
This could be some kind of almost like a forced.
Seth Rogen should buy it. That's who should buy it.
Did we lose Anthony right there?
Oh, maybe.
Public and not in a theater. I mean, a lot of indie movies have done this, but to have a real big studio movie released to the public on Netflix or some other platform, it could be, the way the future of film distribution is now. If they turn out putting it out on Netflix and it makes a lot of money, other people might decide, hey, fuck the theater system altogether.
Louis C.K. did something similar, right? Like I think he was I think he said, "Hey, kindly don't pirate my stuff, please. I'm still working on it." And then he put it out for $5, and he did it in such a way that like people didn't hate him. Usually, like when Lars came out and said, "Stop stealing my music," everyone hated him. He became like the guy for like, "What? It's not okay to pirate movie? I'm not stealing. I'm just borrowing or copying or whatever," right? But
sharing is what they said.
Yeah, sharing. We're just sharing
things.
We're just sharing it. So, but
my LimeWire account shared with I had so many friends, so many friends, and I knew a guy. If no matter what I needed, I had a friend who had it. It worked out nicely. We all shared.
But Lars did it.
A lot of comedians are doing that. Releasing shit straight to Netflix now. Bill Burr just did it. There's another guy, Segura. He just did it. They're just putting it straight onto Netflix, not even doing anything else.
Louis C.K. charged $5. For $5, you could download it from his website, and he got rich. He made millions off of it. He started giving away tons of money to charity and stuff. He's just like, I had no idea this was going to happen. And then he became almost like Mayweather or something, where he could just choose people and be like, "Hey, I'm going to do you next. I'm going to release your thing." And he became his own little distribution platform for a couple of things here and there. It was pretty cool. It seems to be over now. But yeah, I mean, he's rich. He gets to keep all that money. So that's and maybe like Anthony's saying, that does become the future of like movie distribution, that the whole movie theater thing is done.
Here's my question though, like, am I going? I don't think the movie theater is going to die because I love that experience. The important question here is though, am I going to get to see the interview like one way or another? That's going to happen.
Oh
right?
Yeah, it's not going to come out on the initial date like Christmas whenever it was supposed to, but it will come out. There's too much money in that movie. And too much to be made now that everybody's up in a frenzy about it. They're gonna release it eventually.
Well, I've heard I've heard it suggested that perhaps not only that the reason that they're pulling it isn't because of the threats to the movie theaters, and it's not because of the stuff that's already been leaked. It's because of stuff that has not yet been leaked. It's like maybe there was more documents that they got a hold of through that hack that they're holding over Sony's head and saying, if you release the movie, we release this, and it's something so terrible that it would cost more to release the movie than it would to not to.
I heard differently.
I mean, I don't understand how they saw this movie in North Korea in the first place and got a chance to get riled up. Did they screen it for them on a concrete wall in a dark bunker somewhere? Why would they do that?
It's
like,
not the people.
No, they even saw it.
They totally did. It's not the people of North Korea who are getting riled up. It's the government.
Well, yeah.
They've got eyes and ears on the internet. It's not the Stone Age when you get to the government. Like, it's a government. They got their own fucking country. They've got money. The people may be starving, but he's riding around in his Soviet submarine and shit like that. Like, he's got computers and stuff. It's not, they can do whatever they want, and they got enough money to pay Russian and Chinese hackers to do stuff.
Yeah, Kyle, you got your facts wrong. So let me jump in for a second. It is not. Yeah, I'm trying to jump in. It is not that there's some like email. Oh, I'm sorry. This thing's playing noise.
A threat to America.
It's not that there's some email or information they're going to release. It's that they threatened to blow up movie theaters it was playing in. And that's what made Sony stop.
I know that's what they're saying, Woody. And what I said was,
Oh.
I don't believe them. I think that what it is that they've got something else. I'm aware that it's... I know all about the movie theaters, and I know that like Paramount is now telling theaters not to play Team America World Police in the stead of... which seems like double bullshit, right?
Yeah. And now you're right about that. That is double bullshit. The what was I gonna say? I suspect that they felt like the press would be unrecoverable. That like this Japanese company is going to release this film in America, people die because of it, and they just didn't want to mess around with that. That they're already dealing with enough bad press. But I'm bothered by and then now they can't show some other movie. What is it? Team America. Police Force? World Police. It's
a puppet movie made by Matt Stone and Trey Parker, the creators of South Park, and it's literally marionettes. I think they're called. I may be wrong about that, but they're little dancing puppets. And the idea is that it's Team America World Police. It's like a group of it's Team America World Police. They fly around the world and they police the world. They fly into Paris to take out the terrorists and destroy all the major landmarks, the Louvre, the Eiffel Tower, they're blowing everything up with rockets and missiles, and like, you know, in the end they gun down the turban-wearing terrorists, and behind it all is Kim Jong-il, you know, the current dictator's now deceased father, and it's hilarious because he's a puppet, and it's a puppet movie. It's hilarious, but they really make fun of Kim Jong-il.
I'm pretty sure North Korea makes random bullshit movies about how they're destroying America constantly. I'm pretty sure every day there's a new like death to Obama flick coming out. It's like just scrolling in their like propaganda streams nonstop. The United States doesn't bat an eye. Yet when we do something in reverse, all of a sudden it's this major news story, and they manage to successfully prevent us from airing it. I don't like that.
It's ridiculous. And it seems like even though this is government related and not because of some activist group, if we do stuff like this, it's only a matter of time before we have to start kowtowing to every group that gets offended by anything at all. Oh, I didn't like the way you used the word fag in that movie. Oh, well, you can't show that. Well, we're not just going to boycott. There's an extremist who's going to bomb the theater too. And it's like all it takes is a threat of violence from one person in any particular group, and then are we going to start, just folding to everyone?
Let's do our part to reverse this trend by being as politically incorrect as absolutely possible.
I don't see that. That isn't going to help me. Thanks.
No, it's totally going to help. We're going to desensitize America. We're going to. I'll kick it off. I think that the reason that hench is so popular is that Japanese women are built for rape. Bam.
Jesus, Woody.
Oh, shit.
Anyway.
Simmer now.
Yeah, there we go. We're trying to help. I'm advancing the cause.
It is odd that this is what set off North Korea to make them use hacking and threats of violence and really did make America blink.
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form. It's like that. This is what it took after all these years. The Korean War, the stalemate at the 38th parallel for so many years, all of the back and forth bullshit between their nuclear program and us paying them extortion money over the years, and China over all the years, like allying with North Korea, all that shit. And it's a fucking Seth Rogen movie that finally almost brings us to the brink of World War III.
I think we should blow something up. I would be if Obama just came on, did like a public address, and Seth Rogen was on one side and James Franco on the other, and like the three of them addressed the nation, and they said, so we did this, and then they like cut to like some video of them like blowing up a few Korean boats and like a few that stupid fucking Russian sub I see that asshole like riding around in. And they just like missiled all of that real good. And he's like, oh, so problem solved. And that was it. I'd love that. I'd be like, third term! Fuck it! Fuck it! 2 VP, Seth Rogen, James Frank. Like, I'd love that.
Dude,
it's never gonna happen.
Yeah,
Joe
I do
Rogan
have to
had
admit
the greatest
that
tweet.
around my opinion of Obama pretty quick.
Joe Rogan, this is his tweet. Seth Rogen and James Franco having their movie pulled due to terrorist threats sounds like the plot of a Seth Rogen and Joe Franco movie.
It's hilarious that
Ridiculous.
like the crazy evil dictator that they made this comedy about actually got involved.
Dude,
like, I wish they could get like him. I wish he had made a public address like where he was talking about it, and then they could edit that into the movie.
yeah.
Like, imagine what they could do with that. That'd be gold.
This movie better be good. I hope it's not a letdown. Like, what was
It can't be at this point. It won't be a letdown, even if it isn't that funny, because you'll be laughing out of spite for that fat little fuck in North Korea.
Seth Sex Tape? Who made the movie Sex Tape? Was Seth Rogen in that?
I don't know. No, they're not attached to that. It's a different gang of people. I haven't watched that. I heard it's not very good.
Yeah, I haven't watched it because the reviews are dreadful.
Seth Rogen hasn't made anything bad.
Oh, Jason Segel. That's who I'm mixing up.
Yeah, Jason Segel's made a few bad. Green Hornet kind of sucked. I take it back. That was kind of lame. But I like his comedies a lot.
Yeah, he's hit or miss. Most guys are. But yeah. Anyway, Sex Tape was the one I thought. To me, pre-hype, Sex Tape. Is it called The Neighbor? The one with the
Neighbors.
Neighbors. Okay, Neighbors. The Interview. They were all kind of like, one of those comedy movies that was going to pull whatever, 60 million at the box office, 30 million, be successful, but not like be a major event. Now it's a major event, and it's cool. Except that
international incident.
Yeah,
Great.
I hate being on the losing side of this shit. I feel like the USA lost this little battle of ours.
We just can't friggin' conquer Korea. We're just something about it. They just push us right back to the line, and it's it for us. We suck.
Why? I don't get why. It seems like we should be all over these people. All right. So what was the other thing?
I mean, but once.
We also opened up. Or they plan to at least. I didn't get into it too much with Cuba. They're going to open up diplomatic relations again with Cuba. Put an embassy down there. You'll be able to go down there, get $100 worth of Cuban cigars, bring them back if you want, if that's your thing. Be able to go on some vacations down there. All the economic possibilities. Cuban investors coming here. American investors going there.
Because that's 50-50 even.
Pretty close, Woody.
You don't think there's some American companies that want to get a hold of those sugarcane that they've got down there? That's
actually not the part I was calling a little weak. I think the Cuban investors coming here and spicing up our economy. I don't know how much it's going to help us.
That's what's pull us out of this, Cuba.
I don't think it could hurt. I think the tourism is going to be pretty cool, and I'd like to go.
I can't wait for the Guantanamo-based sandals to open up.
Yes, I want to be right next door. I want my beach to approach the cages. I want to be and I want to see some waterboarding. I want to see some anal feedings. The whole thing. I want that to be part of the sandals tour. Like on the brochure, you flip it out. You know, it like folds out a bunch of times. Like you get to fold out,
dude.
Like
Kyle,
just like
I like the way you're headed.
Upside down.
But instead of sandals, how about
anal feedings, waterboardings?
Dude, it should become like a Disney thing, though, right? Like you could ride on those little It's a Small World boats past the rectal feeding and the waterboarding and stuff. They could take the water right from the Small World boats and waterboard people with it. It'll be all mixed in with like vomit. It's a great. I don't see how we could lose.
I think the Small World ride is actually worse torture than waterboarding. So
we got stuck in that once. Yeah, 45 minutes standing still, listening to the music and stuff.
Did they keep singing though?
Oh yeah, it never stops. It just keeps going and going and going. But
if you're from Atlanta, you'll know that it's the Monster Plantation. That's what they've got instead. You ride the little. I like that shit. I enjoy it. I'll ride that thing 4 times in a row.
I was exhausted. I was exhausted that day. They were running me all over the place, and now I'm stuck sitting in an air conditioned place.
These are the words of an old man. Listen to this.
I was I'll take it.
Running me all over the place.
They were. Yeah. I hate Disney World with the passion of 1,000 fucking suns. I'm so over this whole Mickey Mouse shit. I have been to Disney World like 100 times now. I swear that's a good estimate. And I've been on Disney cruises like, I don't even know, 12 or something. And I'm just done.
I hope you've got some sort of like membership club or something. Like, are you part of the Mickey Mouse Club? Do you have a Mickey Mouse card? Like, are you getting rewards and benefits?
Yeah, I'm a platinum member. Like when I go on a cruise, they give me like
for any other corporation, like they'd be giving you blowjobs when you show
Here's what you get. You get a black lanyard, which people in the know what that means. Like, oh yeah, this guy's like a cruise. I'm like a cruise hotshot all-star. And then like I get to meet the captain and they take you on a tour like behind the scenes. Like this is the engine.
Are you fucking with me? You get the captain.
This is incentives. Are there children with these whatever Visa Black cards or whatever for Disney? Because that's not the kind of reward an adult wants.
I need to clarify, Woody. Were you the only adult who got to go meet the captain? were there balloons?
No.
Was he Captain Long John Silver?
There were like 8 of us, and you're not allowed to film. And I tried to film, and they made me stop. They have for the crew. There's like a 1950 style diner just for people that work there. Like it's like this windowless thing in the middle bottom of the boat.
Is it segregated?
No.
Be honest.
They've got a really nice whites-only water fountain.
It's separated like crew to passenger, but not.
That's a whites-only fountain. What are you?
I think Goofy would be, and wouldn't he be black? Like he was dark-skinned.
I guess so. I mean, I wouldn't call him white, right? At the very least, he's Hispanic or something, right? With the dark hair and the olive skin.
Mickey looks black to me. I think the only thing we could be 100% sure of is that Mickey wasn't a Jew. There's no way at all. Walt Disney was so anti-Semitic.
Walt would not have allowed that.
He wouldn't have that shit.
But yeah, just to answer your question, I do get. They put I forget what it is. There's some sort of like wine and cheese tray on your bed at night too, and stuff like that. We don't even stay in the good room.
Oh, some wine and cheese right before bed. Get ready for a big day.
The cheese is awesome. The cheese plate is big. Like it'd be too big for you to hug, and whatever.
Too much cheese.
Yeah, but there's crackers too. You can't have too many crackers. It's nice because the food's like a fucking half mile away.
Well, the crux of this, Woody, is that you went on 12 Disney cruises before you were like, "This is horse shit. I don't want to do this."
No, I recognized it. So what it was is it has that Disney magic that like the wife and kids enjoy, and it was kind of like, well, I hate the cruises less, so let's do that. Let's switch over from the theme park, which to me, like, have you guys ever worked at a place and then you start seeing all of its flaws? Like, if you're a customer at like Macy's or something, you probably think like, oh, look, this is a nice store, it's clean or whatever. But when you work there and you grab in stock from the back room or you see what it looks like under the cash register, the place is a dump, right? That's what the Magic Kingdom looks like to me. Like, whenever I walk around, like, this shit's not clean. I've seen they still haven't fixed that rust yet. You got to fucking sand and paint that. And like, I see every flaw at Disney World. The goddamn, not the Ferris wheel, the Caris wheels, all old and yeah, Disney to me is like I'm an employee. I'm just done with that.
Did you have to pretend to be excited to meet the captain for your kids? Like,
I'm not pretending
we're about
shit.
To take
no. I would like put the
captain.
kids on my shoulders, and I'm like grumpy and sweating and carrying them around, thinking that like what Disney should be in my mind was like we should stay at Disney for as long as the kids should last. It's totally unfair to use me as some sort of Disney crutch. Like, all right, we're gonna go from ride to ride to ride, and when you tuck her out, I'm gonna carry you from ride to ride to ride, which provides them with no incentive to self-propel, you know, it's before lunchtime and they're like, fuck it, Dad, let's do this shit. You know, they're just like getting carried around or pushed around or something. Meanwhile, I'm sweating my balls off wearing a straw hat, and it's
all your stories about vacations help me understand why my dad was such a cranky bastard on all of ours, because he's not having the same experience as you. He's the ringleader of that shit show.
He's the locomotive pulling the train. Everyone else is like sitting in the caboose like, this is fucking awesome. Is there air conditioning? Meanwhile, you're treading along, pulling the train, you know, and this is my hard-earned money, or it used to be my hard-earned money. Now it's Disney's.
I got a new Jeremy.
Anthony, I know you like younger women. Do you ever go on Disney cruises?
Well, I've never been on the cruises, but I have been to Disney World quite a few times, and I don't have kids, so it is creepy. I do understand that.
How young do you like them? 6, 9?
I would always kind of stay by Epcot around there where I could go and grab some drinks and stuff. You do the Epcot bar crawl thing, and then go to, I think there was a karaoke bar by the Swan and Dolphin or something like that. I was into doing crap, you know, that was skewed a little older than the Magic Kingdom and shit like that.
Epcot during the early 2000s was the saddest fucking thing in the world. It was like, so if you go to the 90s, it was like, this is what cell phones are going to bring us, sponsored by Motorola, right? And then if you go in the 2000s, it's like, this is what cell phones are going to be. And meanwhile, it's like a 4-year-old model. It's like it was like, I can't believe they're showing me old cell phones in Tomorrowland. Like this is such horseshit. Or Tomorrow World or whatever they called it. And they had this voice recognition thing. So basically you're a mouse doing a maze and you say up, down, left, and right. And it's like look at this. Computers can hear the sound of your voice and decipher these 4 words. Meanwhile, like Microsoft Word can hear you all day long and like understand anything you say. And
your Xbox will do anything you tell it to do.
Yeah, and this is like an Atari game from the 70s in Tomorrowland in Disney World. Like this is just like, come on.
There was a drastic drop off. You're absolutely right, because before the real like cell phones and computer technology just exponentially just started really dominating. It was easy for them, the Spaceship Earth, welcome to the AT&T Spaceship Earth. And you'd go up and you're looking around like, oh, that'll be cool. We'll have video conferencing and stuff. They would have to update the ride every week during the thousands to keep up with the rate of technology. They just couldn't do it. So everything was just dated as fuck.
Oh, dude, I love Spaceship Earth. You know why? Spaceship Earth is the best ride in all of Disney World because it's air conditioned, it's long, and you recline a lot. we never missed that ride.
The line moved quickly. It was air conditioned. And it was long, and it was sitting down.
And it reclines too. It's not even like It's a Small World, which has like a pretty much a bench with no back. This shit.
Yeah. You're the laziest vacationer ever. You're like, I like to go in there where we get to lay down in the air conditioning. Wait, that's a ride? Why don't you just go by the fucking hotel? You don't want to see those old cell phones. Just go lay down in the bed.
Dude, you kind of have a couple kids, push them around in the freaking like Africa heat of the Florida tropical rainforest, and check back with me. Yeah, right. Okay. Absolutely. Uncle Kyle could get the same experience. Great, borrow a few kids. Exactly. Yeah, and I think
I like the
right
idea
there.
Of Uncle Kyle. Uncle Kyle can do shit. Like I like that, but Daddy Kyle just wouldn't work. I couldn't. Jeremy, the guy who used to work for me, like he's doing like I saw him the other day, like in traffic. Like we stopped, talked for 10 seconds. And he was like filthy from work, and I was like, "How you doing?" He's like, "Double overtime," and like sped away, and like he's working his ass off so hard to try to support that baby that he's having in January or February. I don't want any part of that.
Wouldn't it be amazing if he stepped up?
He is. I mean, he's working hard. I've hired one of his friends, this guy named Josh, who's admittedly a bit slow-witted, but I like that in my help.
I met a Josh. It's not the same one, though, right?
No, different Josh. This is a young guy. He's like, I guess he's like 19 or 20, something like that. He's kind of, he's a big, strong guy. He can do stuff. I needed some lifting done, so I got him the other day. $10 a fucking hour, cash. He's good help. He'll do what you tell him to do. I point at stuff and say and tell him to do it, and he does it, and it's great. And he's thrilled to be there because we're shooting cannons and shit. So
maybe I need a Josh.
You do need. I told you you need an assistant. Like you've got to figure out how much is my personal time worth per hour, and figure out how much personal assistant would cost. And like when you were having to run around and get all those people sign all those documents and getting them notarized and taking them to the county and all, like maybe paying some Josh $10 an hour. Meanwhile, you're over working on WoodyCraft or your new something else at your new house. Painting or yard work or just relaxing, what's the dollar amount on an extra 10 hours of relaxation time? That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'm running myself ragged lately. Maybe it'd be a good idea to have a guy. So
you showed the kids you got the kids their go-kart. How'd they like it?
So for people that don't know, let me see. I'm gonna try and get I'm Googling it to get people a picture here.
Woody just bought a new house, and he's got a lot of acreage for the first time, and he's went and bought himself a really cool go-kart for his kids, and he gave it to him today.
Yeah.
It's not like I mentioned it before, but it's just not like the go-karts of my childhood that were all low to the ground and rigid. Like this thing's got suspension and a big motor, and looks like it'd be fun.
Is it more like an ATV?
Yeah, it's more like a dune buggy. It looks like you could roll that mother. There it is.
Yeah, so this is a gallery. You can pick on pictures, as you see fit. But this is what it looks like. It's pretty cool. The kids like it. With me in it, it goes about 41 miles an hour. Well, exactly 41. That's the size I hit. It has a speedometer on it. It's like a digital speedometer. And with Colin in it, I'd guess he could probably go like 4 or 5 miles an hour faster than me because he's so much lighter. And it is awesome. Today we had a big bow on it. The thing was like 18 inches wide, and we opened the garage door, and like did the unveiling of the go-kart. And Colin's like, "Whoa!" And I gave him a little safety lesson, as you're kind of obligated to do as a parent. I buckle them in, I take them each for a ride, then I let them go out with each other or solo, and they were just loving it. Hope doesn't floor it constantly. To me, Here's how I ride a go-kart: full gas or full brake. One of those, and it's hold on to your seatbelt because we're gonna go for a spin. My 11-year-old boy, same way. He's just gassing it all over the place. But Hope, she's checking out all the speeds, like driving responsibly and stuff. And it's like, girl,
that's an off-road vehicle. Yeah. That is a go-kart, not a no-kart. Let's get that shit
away from her.
Let's jump something. Let's set it on fire and see what happens. You gotta have some fun with a go-kart.
So, but yeah, and then we have a golf cart. It's like an easy-go workhorse. They actually updated the look of it, but here I'll show people what this looks like. I
want to get a sled and have you pull me behind that go-kart. I want to ski behind that thing.
Yeah, of course you do, because that's a great idea.
That is a good idea. Honestly, these golf carts, go-karts, ATVs, four-wheelers, whatever, these are the perfect thing for developing kids because they're just dangerous enough to teach responsibility. Just dangerous enough for them to kind of fuck up, realize the severity of like, oh, this just got real when they're about to flip it, and then they know. Because I did that as a kid. I flipped my grandparents' four-wheelers all the time. Well, that just kind of counteracts my argument. I didn't really learn. Whatever.
Look at that thing, though. Roll cage there's a roll cage suspension. The death machines that I used to ride when I was a kid, like the go-karts, had no suspension. It was pretty much solid rubber wheels on a hard axle. You could crack your spine. You'd get off the thing 3 inches shorter than when you got on it. Just really dangerous.
So the golf cart is kind of mine, right? That's the sort of the rules we laid down. Like, Hope can drive it, Colin can drive it. They don't even have to ask permission, but it's not a toy. It has no seat belts. The roll cage is a joke. It's really just a sunshade. It's it's the one you drive responsibly, and I don't want it broken. The go-kart, on the other hand, that is a toy, and it's meant to be jumped. It's meant to be sped around dangerously in. It has a 5-point harness locking them in safely. The roll cage is not a joke. It's designed for rolling. If they don't roll in it in their lifetime, I'll be a little disappointed.
Whenever I get over there, I promise I'll roll it immediately. My goal, like as soon as I get in it, you're gonna be like, "You ready?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go roll it now. I'm gonna roll it." You sure I can roll it, right? Because I'm gonna roll it now. All right. Yeah, that's what I want.
Keep your arms in the cab. But yeah, and it's kind of cool because the person that assembled it, like I bought it assembled, he did a less than perfect job with like the zip ties and stuff. So this wire kept coming out, like it clips on, and I'll get that resolved by tomorrow. But
overall, cool experience, huh?
Yeah, with the golf cart, I legit have like a chase car. Like he's out there like a couple acres away. I just hop in the golf cart, go out there, fix it, pat him on the helmet, and send him on his way. It was like Baja 500 stuff. It was fun.
Like the road warrior out there.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm really excited, and for the first time, not for the first time ever, but like it feels like we're easing into the home. And we had a big Time Warner breakthrough. They're sending us the invoice now. All the easements are notarized and recorded with the county and all that crazy stuff. And now I guess there's nothing but Time Warner in our way, whereas before the government had to be sorted out first.
Well, that'll be good. I know you want to get moved into that new house. That's a crazy situation where you bought the thing, you own the thing, but you have to visit it until it has internet.
Yeah, yeah.
So that must be so. Have you taken a shower over there? Like have you tried to do like new house stuff just to do it?
I use the toilet and the bidet.
Yeah,
right. That's about it, really. We mostly just visit and like. Jackie was cleaning the kitchen with like.
Have you had sex in the house?
No, because we always.
Come on.
There's no beds, and we always have like a kid with us. What do we like? I guess now there's a go-kart. Like, Colin, ride this till we're out of gas.
Yeah, that way you can hear. That way you can hear if he was coming anyway.
Yeah.
You guys, your family's kind of crazy anyway. That probably wouldn't stop you. There's just open, probably an open door like crazy sex policy. Is it like when you grew up?
I was going to say, as a kid, that was totally the policy. I would catch my mom walking naked through. So my parents had 2 bedrooms, right? And every so often, like, naked mom would, like, tiptoe over to Dad's room, get busted, and turn around and run back to her own room. It's just like, but
Who thinks that's okay
about
dude, as a mom?
I thought it was okay, and it's funny and it's warped me too because I'm like so personally I'm like way open about sex. It's not embarrassing to me. I'm ready to go. Like it's not a thing. I have to remember second that the rest of the world's not me. Go on.
Your mother would go next door to quote unquote get busted. Did I catch that right? Is that what you said?
No,
I would bust her.
She said she would go over there and get busted on the way over there. Like, oh, rats, you busted me.
Okay,
not like he was going to bust in or on her. Not like that.
No, I was saying that like she'd go over there and your dad would bust her. I thought busting her.
No, that's not a term for smashing or
whatever.
Oh,
a little domestic violence. Is that what you're thinking?
No, it was that their bedrooms, like the second floor or third floor, whatever you call it, it was like L-shaped, and she would have to walk down and past my brother's room actually, and she'd just like try to make it over.
So why don't you just send your kids out and do like what my parents did, which I didn't realize at the time, where it's like, all right, kids, outside time, because then you know. Now I know they were either fighting or fucking. But just do that. Just send them outside. They have a go-kart. They'll be out there for 9 hours after you're done.
I will do that. I will do that. That sounds like a great idea. Plus, I need to I need to like take the muffler off the go-kart. So if you hear it, then you definitely know he's still buzzing around. And if it stops, you start like prairie dogging. Like, all right, there's no noise. What do we got going on here?
We ran out of gas.
State of fucking. Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? I totally lost track. But yeah, anyway, so we're visiting the house pretty much all the time. Every time we visit, we bring like a truckload of stuff over. So like all the Halloween decorations are there. All the things that are easy to live without. Easter decorations are there. You know, some of my sports equipment that I haven't used lately is like our attics are full. But the things that I use every day, like my computers and monitors and like a lot of my clothes, they're still here. Dresser, because I would, instantly miss them.
Yeah.
But
it'll be good when you finally get that taken care of. It'll be somewhat sometime in the new year. It's not gonna be forever, but I know it's been a long time now.
Yeah, it's been over. Well, tomorrow will be a month. So, but it feels like longer. Like at least with Time Warner, I started that process before we bought the house. I wanted to because I knew it could be expensive, and I wanted to just know if it's worth it. Like if hypothetically it costs $30,000 to get it installed, you'd have a decision to make whether you want to buy this house for $30,000 more than what you pay the sellers. And so I started working with Time Warner long before we bought the house and moving that forward and stuff.
I'm looking forward to you getting moved in so I can come visit. I want to come hang out at the new house. I'm going to make some alterations. If that stump is still there, I'm going to remove it.
I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, that's your timeline with that stump. Like if it's still there when I get there, then it's
the statue behind you. Can you move so we can see it?
There's 2 stumps now.
Mine.
Jackie's located another stump that she once pulled.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, can that one be mine?
There's one that's further from the house. That's you.
I want to take a chainsaw and like cut a cube out of it, and then use like a hammer and a crowbar or something and bust the cube out. So we've got a hollow point in the center of the tree, and just put some tannerite in there and blow the tree up.
Of course. That's a great idea.
But what I would do, that's what everybody does. But what I would do is I'd put the cube back in, and then we'd put one of those ratchet straps around there, and we'd ratchet strap that fucking cube back onto that ammonium nitrate, and we'd shoot it with an armor-piercing incendiary round out of a 50 BMG from like 100 yards away, and we'd vaporize that fucking tree.
This is only getting better.
Yes.
This is great, yeah.
or we could bore a hole into the stump. We could put we could then fill it up with tannerite, and then we could put a 6-inch pipe into that hole and then have it leading out, and then bury the whole thing with like a couple tons of earth, and then shoot the bullet down the 6-inch pipe into the tannerite that's still underground in the stump, and really blow it the fuck up.
Would that remove the stump?
I don't know, but it'd be cool as fuck.
Like that last one, I'm like, is that even stump removal anymore? I'm getting a little confused.
It's kind of just me having fun at your new house.
Yeah.
But
if there's any stump left, we'll pulverize it with the bowling ball cannon.
Oh yeah, we filmed yesterday or the day. Yesterday or the day before. Yeah. We filmed with an M60, Rambo style. I stuck my fucking thumb on the barrel
Oh.
Wait. Oh, you mean it hot?
What? Why'd you do that?
You burned it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. Like, I just touched it for an instant, and it went psst. And the guy that was next to me goes, "Look, you can see your fingerprints on the barrel," and they were sizzling like grease. Like, I was like, "Yeah, that's cool." He's like, "Don't feel bad. I did it to my whole hand last summer. It was all of this," and I'm just like, "Shit." But the barrel on an M63 is like really exposed, and I don't know how hot it was. I can't guess temperatures, but 700 degrees. I don't know. It was really fucking hot.
Hot enough to boil skin.
Hot enough to boil skin.
I know that Kyle is into guns, obviously, and I know Anthony is. I want to know who has more guns within arm's reach right now.
Oh, gun off.
Well, within arm's reach, I've literally only got one, but within like, I can.
Well, don't take it that literally.
Okay, well, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can see 7. And if that door open, I could see another 20 more. And if this door was open, I could see like, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 7 more. But most of my guns are upstairs in the truck because I just filmed. I got like 20 guns in the truck.
Anthony, can you hang?
He wins. He wins that one. Thanks for reminding me. I left my pistol upstairs. I don't even have. I'm friggin' vulnerable.
Everyone sort of knows my deal. In that closet, there's probably like between 10 and 15, and that's where I keep my guns. I can't hang with Kyle, who has like another 70 at another location and crazy stuff. What's in your hand there?
HK-45. This is actually the only one that was close by. I like this pistol. I bought it used for like $600. I don't know. It's a cool little 45. I'm gonna get a threaded barrel for it. I got a couple of 45 ACP suppressors now.
Is it loaded?
So. No.
Just asking. Okay.
I wouldn't be brandishing it, you know.
Yeah, I saw your trigger discipline and thought maybe it was loaded.
Well, you know how the internet is. Like even though
yeah.
it's unloaded, like I shouldn't be seen this way, you know.
Right.
It's good to keep that habit in order. That way you don't freak anybody out, and it's just kind of a sign to everyone else that you know what the fuck you're doing, and they don't have to be self-conscious of you, you know. Like if you're in an environment where there's people you don't know who have handguns, it can be a little bit scary if you're in a shooting range environment and they don't know protocol.
Handguns in particular, yeah, because people are more inclined to sweep them and they carry them on their bodies. I feel like with rifles, a bigger chunk of people operate safely. You disagree?
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen it all.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people shooting for the first time, I think, like especially at machine gun shoots and stuff. So, you know, you'll hand somebody an AK-47, walk them through the steps, and they'll shoot it, and then they'll turn around and they'll want to sweep everybody. Of course, somebody almost always catches their hips or, you know, their arms and like, no, don't do that.
Yeah,
but I've gotten to the point where I tell people, you know, once you're done shooting, you have to put the gun down on the ground before you can turn around. Like, even telling them that, people will fuck that up.
I do that too, because there's this thing, the new shooter, right? It's an amazing thing. People who've never shot don't realize how fun it can be. Now, it can also get dull, but you know, the first time, and it's like, wow, look at me, and they want to turn and say, like, did you see that? Right? That's the big thing. Or look at me, or like you know, like they want to group share their experience of just shooting this cool thing. And I teach them in advance, like, don't look at me and ask if I saw it. Don't sweep with the gun, and it just plants the seed. It usually works out okay. But like you,
yeah.
It doesn't take too many before you realize that pattern and tell them to.
And you know, you don't want anybody to shoot you in the fucking leg or anything. Like, so you don't want that to happen.
I don't want to be shot anywhere.
Yeah, anywhere.
You have kids in the house, right? How does that affect how you handle your firearms and how you have it ready to go if needed?
They're in the safe all the time. That's how I do it. There are a couple that are loaded. There's a pistol that's loaded and a shotgun that's loaded. I think that's it. And then, you know, they're a couple seconds away. I like the digital locks because it's so fast. Here, I'll get a gun. Hold on.
Bang! He's dead. It's over.
Yeah.
Are we
Fucking over. They swung it through the window with ninja stars. It's over. Beep beep. Dead.
It would take that long, which I get. You know, like there's some people who feel really adamant about staying ready, right? There are guys who want to have their. I didn't hear what I was sort of getting back in.
Oh, I was like. You took 2 steps away, and I was like, and he's dead. They swung it through the window. Ninja stars. He's gone.
Yeah, I read on the internet forums and stuff, and they're like, when you go to the bathroom, do you keep your gun like in a pocket because it's hard to get to when your pants are down, or do you put it in the cradle so that if you get attacked while on the toilet, it's right there for you? And there are guys who take that like that seriously. But in my house, I've got this big aggressive dog, and I have an alarm system, and I hope that they buy me enough time to do what you just saw. And there's another thing. I've talked about this before on the show, I think, but also on the internet, I read people who teach their kids about gun safety. And they say, like, my kids just understood. I understood. They know that these are not toys, and that, they don't mess around with this, and etc. And I do have a rule in my house that my kids can see the guns anytime they want, so long as I'm there. But because my son, Anthony might not know this, I have a special needs son. I don't feel like I've got the same sort of like magical dad ability to be like, all right, this is serious time. This is something that you need to burn in and take as a life lesson, and bet his life that it worked that time. So that's why they're always behind a lock.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Do you keep them loaded?
I just couldn't imagine not just being able to, it's on my hip, and now it's on my friggin' end table and my night table, and shit like that. Yeah.
That would be my situation. Maybe if I had no kids, for sure. If I didn't have a special needs kid, maybe. But neither of those are me. So
yeah, growing up for me, it was kind of the scenario that you just described. Like, from an early age, I was already shooting them, so you didn't have to worry about me getting to them accidentally. Like, you really had to worry about making sure that they were available for me when I needed them. Like, my sister never had any interest in guns. Like she almost seemed like she didn't like them. I don't know. She never got into it. She never really shot much, so she wasn't going to touch the gun. So they would just be everywhere. And I had the combination to the vault since the time I was like, I don't know, 10 years old or something like that, because we kept cash in there if I needed money, and the guns were in there if I needed a gun. Yeah. And oftentimes, because we hunted so much, like if it was deer season, well, you can't keep the fucking deer rifle in the vault. If where we lived, the deer could be. You could look out the window and see the deer, and like you got to go get him. So you need your Remington 700 like in the corner, locked and loaded, so you can grab it and run right out the door and shoot. When I did that, like my dad ran buck naked out of the house one day, completely naked.
Sounds like my dad.
With his with a Remington 700.
Did he get laid immediately afterwards?
No, he killed something. He runs out with a Remington 700, like slides into shooting position, gets on the hog saddle. He's just, and I'm in the pool like, this is like in the backyard, and he's just like, boom, and I'm just like, what the fuck happened? He's like, got him. He's like, he goes back in bare-assed. It's just like, you had to be ready.
Gotta be ready. Yeah. No, my kids are kind of bored of the guns. Like, they're not interesting or taboo. Like, when I went to a friend's house, I didn't hang out with him all the time, and I knew that his dad had a gun in the like top closet shelf for some reason. And I begged him, like, can we see it? Can we see it? Can we touch it? Can we hold it? And but he was trained. He was like, no, that's the thing is it's a don't touch situation, and we never did because he didn't let me. But I think my kids are kind of bored. They're there. They're no more interested in my guns than they are like, I don't know, microphones or headsets or something.
It's kind of good. You want to take that mystique away from the gun itself. You don't want to treat it irresponsibly and leave them laying around. But I think when you make it this thing that is never to be seen or talked about, then the kid's going to get curious and want to fuck around with it. My dad would keep the guns. He had rifle racks in the house, and all the rifles were on the racks in his office and whatnot. And then the pistols were kept just in his drawer, like a night table drawer in the bedroom or something like that. We all knew where they were. We knew they were not to fucking be touched, but we were very familiar with them. We went out shooting a lot. So, it took that whole like, ooh, what is it? Ooh, it's the gun. Let's go fuck around with it. It was never that way. I think that's how you have to educate kids that are in a house when you have a lot of guns.
Yeah. So I try to get that, like what you said, almost bored of it, but I keep it locked because I'm just not positive that I can instill the same sort of, they're not to be effing touched. I'm not positive I can pull that off. So, so that's why they're locked.
Hey, I got a quick thing. Let's do a PK. Let's do a PK adventure. Let's do one sometime somewhere. Let's name a time and I know you got the house though.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It's the goddamn house.
I know.
I want to do it. It's the house. And I'm not blaming you.
What do you?
Because it's
Let
not
me just put this away.
blamable
I'll be right
thing.
back.
Okay. I really want to go somewhere. I want to do like a paintball event or something.
Paintball would be fun. I have not paintballed since
that's
the last time we all went.
I
Actually.
actually have a lead on that. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say it or not. Yeah, I'll say it. I don't give
What do you
a
want to
fuck.
do?
Say it.
Oh,
What do we
so
say?
I have I won't. So I've got a sponsor that'll probably sponsor us all to go on a paintball trip. They did just want only me, and they were going to pay me a significant amount of money.
Uh-huh.
But I'd rather share the money with you guys and be able to take my friends. So I now we're trying to make it the show going instead of, like, make
Just
it us
you.
going instead of just me. I don't want to fucking go. It's in Canada. Like, that'd be crazy for me to go by myself. I've done events by myself. It's me and 50, 60 kids, and I like my fans. I do, but like. Not by myself, like
It's a totally different dynamic when it's not when the attention's not shared.
Well, I remember I've done this before, and I wanted to give them their money's worth. We were doing a paintball event, and so I played every single game with them, every round of every game for 2 days solid, and it was like I was physically just dead at the end of it. I couldn't do it. I need more guys, so that it's okay if Kyle sits out. You can go play with Woody and Merca.
I did a similar thing with it was airsoft though. It wasn't paintball. And I brought my whole family, partly because they wanted to go. It was in California, and it was a little experience and adventure. And, like, as we're doing meet and greets and stuff, Colin's taking pictures with fans. Because Colin's, like, everyone loves Colin. They love him. There's no... Everyone loves Colin. And he's given dancing lessons and stuff like that in the meet and greets. And it was just nice to have, I guess, help meeting with everybody. Like, because secretly, I don't like crowds. Like, I'm good with them. I can kind of fake it, right? Like I can pull it off, and I'm social, and I'm not weird or anything. But given the choice between a crowd and like an Xbox, I think I'd take the Xbox.
Yeah. It goes both ways. It depends on the crowd. If it's a crowd that it just depends on the.
Sometimes it's a
on the
great
environment.
experience, but yeah, other times I'll hang out with people, have fun, and this and that, and then at the end of the whole experience, right? Like when we get back to the hotel and it's like just whatever, like 4 guys that I actually know, it's kind of like an exhale and a mental recharge.
I've never been to Canada, so that's another thing I wanted to do. I want to go to fucking Canada, and I love playing paintball, so I think I'm gonna start playing a little bit, practicing on the weekends. I really want to fuck some kids.
Canada's kind of like if America were like 60% as cool, because that's basically what it is. It's pretty cool, but you don't get guns. They don't technically have all the same freedom of speech shit. So you're kind of you're getting a little more lib the more north you go, and then when you get there, you've hit it.
You can get a firearms license. You can get some guns, and you can get.
It's way harder there.
It is harder, but it's easier to get artillery there. Like if you want a tank or an artillery piece or something like that.
As you do.
It's much less restrictive there. So like I know a lot of guys who, if they want, say, a 40mm machine gun, they just import it right through Canada because it's easier to do.
Yeah. 40mm.
Well, and when I need a 40mm machine gun, I'll look to Canada.
So a 20mm.
How much one of those run me?
Is
100. I can get you the machine gun and the ammunition and the reloading supplies for 150 solid.
I got $150. I'm in.
Yep. 150,000. You pull it behind a vehicle. This is a 40mm machine gun with a Ducati motorcycle engine attached and a joystick. You strap in a harness, sit in a chair. You fire the thing with your right foot, but with the joystick, you spin it 360 degrees. You've got like I don't know how, I guess 90 degrees of like barrel up and down. It's a video. It's incredible.
FPS Russia did a video with like the world's largest machine gun. How big was that?
That was it.
That was that. Okay, that was that. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want.
You need one of those.
I
wish I could. I really want that thing.
I have a story about that machine gun. It's your story, and I think I can't tell it, but it was awesome.
Type it to me, and I'll share it. If it's it may be. I think I know what it is, and I probably shouldn't share that. But we shouldn't share that. It's not even that funny of a story. It was
It's
just
a great story.
It's
it is. It's funny, Kyle. I think you should tell it.
No, I don't think we should. But An even funnier story. They wanted me to. They were going to have that thing on Sons of Guns, and they wanted me to appear on Sons of Guns and pretend like it was my gun and that I was bringing it to them to service it. And I turned them down because honestly, I didn't want to be associated with those guys. And this was long before all the child molestation stuff came out. I just thought they were kind of.
But that was more of a minor thing. It was the initial gunplay and wanting you to pretend that you're not as knowledgeable as them. That's what turned you off, right?
Honestly, that was a little bit of it. It was like, oh, so I'm bringing you my gun. Oh, so you're gonna fix my gun? Okay, all right. Yeah. I was like, no. So I turned him down. I didn't want to do the show. And then now it turns out the whole child molestation thing, and the guy's up against like decades of prison time for all this underage rape and shit.
You're making
I
a
did
big
not
deal
know
out of
that.
You were too old for him anyway.
That really does leave it. That leaves that TV slot open though.
Ah. Intriguing.
Didn't you say that they were kind of dumbasses anyway when you met them? That they just didn't. They weren't safe. They weren't knowledgeable. They were just shitheads.
It's not that. That's going too far. They know what they're doing as far as machine guns go and small arms. They know more than me probably as far as the gunsmithing and stuff like that. But as far as that television show, it's a TV show. Like a lot of the stuff that they're supposedly building, they weren't actually building. Anything that was bigger than 50 cal, like they had a consultant brought in who was building that stuff for them. And the consultant was the one who owned the machine gun. In fact, it's television, so you're not really. What you see is not what you get.
It frustrates me that everybody doesn't know that, right? Because that show in particular, it would often start with like. The camera angle that I'm envisioning is a cameraman with a shoulder-mounted camera kneeling by the front door as the customer walks in without noticing the cameraman, right? And so there they are, and they're kind of like waist high as they go by, and you're like, what? It tracked the person as they arrived. There's literally a cameraman kneeling by the front door. Instantly, this whole thing is set up and fake and gay. Like right out of the gate, and then so going forward, there's nothing else I trust about this thing. They're mic'd up, right? You catch them turning around. They literally have the battery pack or that I guess it's an FM receiver pack or whatever in the small of their back, and it's like this fucker got mic'd up and walked in the door past the cam. You're making a show. There's nothing reality about it. It's just poorly produced TV is what it is, and it frustrates me.
I'm not going to go that far. I know some of the producers.
It takes you out of the moment when it's that poorly made. I know what he means.
As far as the guns went, I just thought it was a little silly. And they kept stealing my ideas there for like a year fucking straight. So so it was just silly.
What did they steal from you?
All right, so I did the shotgun that shot the arrows. As far as I know, I had never seen anybody else do it. So maybe I'm sure someone somewhere along the way had done it before. But I did it, and then like 2 weeks later, it was on. Seemingly very soon afterwards, it was on Discovery Channel, and when I did it, I was like, watch this shit, and I fucking did it, and it was like, I'm gonna do this, clink, 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 boom, and there it is. And when they did it, they're like, all right, so here's the plan. This shit's never been done before. And then they goes in like blueprint mode, like fucking James Bond, like Q from James Bond is like rolling this shit out for us. So here's what we got for you, 007. We've managed to break physics and put this arrow inside this 12-gauge shotgun. Fascinating. Like, no, it was they blew it all out of proportion, and they stole it. And there was a bunch of things like that. The exploding targets and all that stuff.
So after you did that video, right, like, I don't know, 9 months later or something like that, I did one on my porch where I took apart a shotgun shell. Because my audience, Anthony may or may not know, has a lot of gamers in it. So I'm like, hey, you're shooting this shotgun in a video game all the time. Maybe you've never actually dissected a shell before. And I took it apart, and I showed the wad and the shot and all that fun stuff. And I was like, once you take this stuff out, you can actually fire this and put anything you want in here. You can grind up utensils, you can put an arrow in, etc. CNN featured me on their fucking website as like irresponsibly giving people instructions on how to make weapons and stuff. Like thanks, CNN, asshole.
Well, to make a weapon, the first thing you have to do is deconstruct this already professionally made section of the weapon. Then you put your own bits in there and just see if it works.
That's it. No, I was like, now that this is out, you can put anything you want in here and shoot it. You can put an arrow in there.
I love shotguns because they're basically miniature cannons. And as long as you don't as long as you don't get too much pressure in there, when too much weight coming out the barrel with too much powder behind it, and you don't blow the thing up, and there's a limit when that happens.
Can't put it in water.
Yeah, you can't stick the barrel in water or something stupid like that. Like the explosion has to have somewhere to go. The gases have to vent. But you could pretty much put just about anything in there. Like I use the company that I use is AmericanSpecialtyAmmo.com. And they make so many different little specialty shotgun shells. You can get rock salt or like little. One of them's called like the Beehive, and it literally says on the thing, it's like it feels like being attacked by a swarm of angry bees. And I'm like, fuck yeah! It's full of these little blue BBs that I've never shot at a person with them, but I'm doing a video next week where we're gonna shoot ballistics gel with those at like closer and closer ranges. I want to see if they could be deadly. But like beanbag rounds and all that shit, you can buy it and order it right off the internet. It's the Dragon's Breath. You can set shit on fire with your shotty.
Dragon's Breath has become just like a thing to Kyle, right? Like, yeah, you can shoot buck, slugs, Dragon's Breath, etc. Dragon's Breath to me is still the fucking coolest thing you can shoot out of a shotgun. Anthony, have you shot Dragon's Breath before?
No, not yet. No.
Oh, dude.
AmericanSpecialtyAmmo.com. Like, it's so good. You order shit right off the fucking internet.
See, you don't understand. Hey, I'm in the Soviet Social.
Oh, that's right.
York.
That's right. Never mind. Don't disregard.
Wait, what did I miss? I didn't hear what you said.
I know the limitations I have are ridiculous. I hate it.
He's in California.
Yeah.
I used to like taking shotgun shells. I'd score the bottom of the casing, and then you'd put it in, and it would fire the entire thing out. The plastic, the wadding, the shot, all would come out at once, and just put giant holes in things.
Yeah, they call that a cut shell. Those are pretty effective. Yeah, it fires even the plastic, even the end of the shotgun shell comes out.
Yeah, everything comes out. It's like a fist.
Yeah, that's a really effective way. Like if you were in one of those doomsday scenarios or survival situations where, oh dang it, all I've got's buckshot, you could cut the shell, and all of a sudden you've got a really lethal makeshift slug. They're pretty cool.
So what can you not get in New York because of the restrictions that you want? Like what's the big things that they cut down on?
Just being able to order ammo online. I'm not allowed to order ammo online and have it delivered. Can you believe that horse shit?
You have to go to the store like a poor person?
What's that?
Yeah.
If you go into a gun store now, it looks like the Old West. There's a lot of lever action guns. It's ridiculous. ARs, you're not allowed to own them anymore. They try to fudge it with the thumb hole and this and not having a pistol grip. But it's just and again, it does nothing to make anyone any safer. It's all that Democratic Governor Cuomo bullshit that he signed at 12 midnight one night, and it's just it's amazing how they're able to just trounce on the Second Amendment in this state.
I bet nobody would care about ARs as much if they just made them look old-timey. Put some wood on there. Take away the foreground. These liberals don't know anything about the gun. They just see it and it looks scary. And they're like, oh, fuck that. Oh, this wooden, non-threatening gun. Give them these. They can use this.
But
it has
in fairness, on the other side, the
worst.
reason the gun people are buying it is because it looks like the stuff they use in war.
You know what I should do as a video? I should make a really docile looking weapon, like one that looks like what they want them to look like. Like, look at this old timey rifle. Like, have it all
like a deer rifle,
like the Men in Black gun.
But it's just have it be like a cylindrical hidden magazine, and that'd be great. Firing incendiary 9mm at 1,000 rounds a minute or something.
I just linked a video I made. It's shooting Dragon's Breath. A lot of my subs have probably seen it before. But I'm trying to shoot this paint can, and I hit it, but it didn't explode. The hope was that when I shot it with Dragon's Breath, it would explode. But then the field behind it, it catches on fire a little bit. So we spend a couple minutes stomping it out. That thing got featured on Glenn Beck's website. And all these guys started hating on me, right? From Glenn, oh my God, unsafe operator, et cetera, et cetera. They all went crazy. The thing is, like gun safety nerds and Glenn Beck fans or whatever, they're horrible at hating on people. I come from gaming. These people didn't even talk about anally raping my daughter. Not one of them mentioned killing my son. They suck at hating. Like, they barely registered on my radar. Like, what did you see? Like a little fire? You know, like, you guys are hating rookies over there in Glenn Beck land.
Anti-gun people are the most uneducated people about guns. I've never seen people that know less about guns and how they work and gun safety and bullets, magazines, clips. They just don't know any of it. They just know guns bad, and that's it.
Yeah, and the other thing, when you talk about like where you can carry a gun, like in North Carolina, I forget what they decided, but there was this thing about whether or not you should be able to take a gun to the state fair. And there had been some state fair violence that kind of implied, like, you know what, a gun might be useful. And like, you know, like back in the parking lot or something, like, you know, it's dark and it's big. It's like a big open field, and you get towards where you park, and it's kind of scary and alone, and people are getting robbed and hurt. And I mentioned it to my daughter, who's real liberal. She's young, and you know, it's like,
over that.
She hears, "Can you bring a gun?" And it translates in her head to, "Should you be shooting people here?" And the answer's always no. Like carrying a gun isn't about like shooting sprees. She's like, "Nah, there definitely shouldn't be any shooting sprees there." Like that, she doesn't differentiate them in the slightest.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah, and it's like, you know, I bring a gun, and it's about as dangerous as my wallet or keys. You know, like I'm not doing anything with it. I've still never pulled out my gun in self-defense. It's never happened to me.
Can we look at how a professional pulls off that shot?
Yes. Do you want to show it on the thing?
Sure.
New move free ultra.
Oh, there shouldn't be an ad on it.
Oh, damn it, Kyle. Money grubbing.
Was there an ad? No, it's unlisted. Like, there shouldn't even be an ad on it.
It shows ads on unlisted videos.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, see, Kyle came with a flare on it. I'm sorry, I'm already playing. I'm like 17, 18 seconds in. Slow-mo. Although I'm not sure if this is more than like 30 frames per second in the slow-mo. It might just be slowed down. It's hard to be sure.
Yep. PC gamers would be throwing a shit fit. It's not that good.
I'm going to look at how centered he is on the shot. I'm watching him track it. Oh, you did it with Buck, didn't you? I'm sorry. Was that I meant to say a slug. Was that a slug you hit it with?
No. But at that distance,
it looked about the same.
It's pretty small.
Not with Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath will spread out by that distance.
Yeah, that's because it's on fire. It's going everywhere, and it's really lightweight. The heavier the projectile is, the better they stay together in their pattern.
I imagine fire is almost like a sideways propulsion. You know, like there's an explosion happening in air too. I could be wrong. Yeah, that's a hit.
That stuff's fun. I like the Dragon's Breath. I like the paint cans are what are cool, I think.
Yeah.
I like playing with the paint cans. I come up with. I'll give it away. I took a piano, and the whole backing of the piano was like cast iron. So it was this huge sheet of cast iron, and I stood the piano up, duct taped spray paint cans all over it, and then soaked it in gasoline. And I took an M60 fucking machine gun, and I put a whole belt of like 100 rounds of incendiary ammo. Shit cost like $3 a shot, and just unloaded on it, and it was devastating. It was very. That was yesterday.
Did you incorporate the telephone poles into the video?
All right. So I from a technical standpoint, I decided that I could not pull the telephone pole thing off. Standing them up and getting a top on them both without killing anyone and without using a crane, which would be very expensive.
Right.
It was just not going to happen. The poles were going to cost $500, and then I got to get a crane and a bucket truck and like all this hardware. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm looking at thousands of dollars to have this thing. Let's slow down and figure something else out.
I saw poles in my area cheap. They were like $40 a pop, but I didn't figure out delivery. Yeah, they look like full-size telephone poles in the picture.
50 feet long. Like some telephone poles are like this. Like the one in your yard is probably like this. These telephone poles were like so big I couldn't hug them at the base. They're 50 feet long.
And what did you need these for?
I was going to stand them both up, put them in the boreholes, concrete them in the ground, and have them about 15 or 20 feet apart, and then put like a big beam across the tops of them, and then put a winch in the middle of that, or like a pulley, so that I could hoist things really high up in the air, and then I could like shoot a cable, and a piano would fall 30 feet out of the air and crash onto a dummy or a car, or I could hoist a car up there. Like these things are huge.
Kyle, you're right. They were 20 feet long. So,
what a life you lead. Just doing these things all the fucking time.
That leads me to a question. So, Brendan Traub, if you don't know, he's a UFC fighter. He's a very good heavyweight, but not quite in that like top 1 to 3 category. But he's a UFC quality MMA fighter at heavyweight. And he did this thing recently, I've talked about it before, where Joe Rogan and he and another guy, Brian Caleb or something, Joe Rogan was basically trying to convince him to retire. He was saying, dude, you're good. You've had a nice run, but there's a big gap between you and the very elite guys. You can make money elsewhere. You've got the #1 sports podcast. You have an opportunity to like get on Fox or ESPN or something like that. You're funny, you're sharp, and that will all go away because there's no such thing as a funny, sharp 50-year-old fighter. If you stay at this, you keep getting knocked out, it's going to have a serious impact.
Oh, come on. What about all of those beautiful speeches Muhammad Ali's been giving lately?
Exactly. And they mentioned another guy, I guess Terry Norris or something. But even then, there's some MMA guys. Chuck Liddell, he slurs his speech now. He doesn't sound like he used to.
Dude, George Foreman is slinging those grills, and he's pretty slick.
That's actually a good one. George Foreman, I think, maybe breaks the trend.
He makes so much fucking money off those grills.
There's another guy.
Those grills suck, if we're being honest. Cooks all the flavor out. Fuck it.
I like those grills.
So let me go back to this thing.
Okay.
So anyway, he was saying you don't want to be one of those old, broken down, mentally fighters. You should stop now. And it translated into his head as you don't have it, you never will. You should retire and find a new job. But he, of course, is a pro athlete who, his not only is half his income coming from this, because he makes as much on his podcast as he does from fighting. Not only is it half his income, but it's his sense of identity and self-worth. So I watched the follow-up podcast, the one that they made immediately following the one that got all that attention. And in it, he's like, you can live to 100 years if you want to as a regular person. I'd rather take 50 that are amazing. And it burned in my head. I was like, because my instant reaction was, yeah, for sure. Way better being like 50 awesome years than 100 regular old years. But then I realized I'm 41. It just seems really close. Like if you're listening to this and you're 17, you might be like, oh yeah, 50 years is Bon Jovi. Well, you're probably not saying that if you're 17.
Well, the 41-year-old guy is saying that.
Yeah, right. You're probably saying I want to be 6 seconds of summer or whatever, the 5 seconds. I'm not sure how long they are. And
still no.
and anyway, you're probably like, yeah, I want to be that till 50, way better than 100 normal life years. And while my last couple years I've been, I think, a little outside the norm, for the most part, I feel like I've lived just normal years, like regular people life. And I definitely don't want to stop it that soon. Like the idea of being dead at 50, but he's choosing that. He's like, I would much rather be an MMA star. I'd much rather be this pro athlete, this guy who is adored by fans. And I don't know. I don't even know what I'd pick. Like, what do you want?
You can do better than that. I guess it's a wonderful thing, like going out there and having everyone cheer for you and having the fans and the very specific nature of what he does, where he's going out there and beating someone up.
The highs don't get higher.
I'm the champion. I just fucked him up. Like that's kind of hard to replicate.
Like the victory, right? When he wins, and then most of the fighters, they do this thing. They sort of straddle the top of the fence. They look at the crowd, and they just adore them, and it's this celebration. That is the highest of highs. It is just like a rock star at Madison Square Garden having all those people cheer for them. It's a higher high than I've ever had. And he's like, I'll take half a life if I get to have some of those.
But that's such an all or nothing way to do it.
I think you can have fun.
He has to live and be a boring shill of his former self if he makes it to 100. Can't he just remember the glory days when he was good and move on and kind of just be the sportscaster guy and live to, see his grandkids? Instead of just being like, I'm going to go all out and get my fucking ass handed to me till I'm 48 and then die while I'm seizing because my brain's ruined. Like, just ridiculous.
I just don't think you have to get your head bashed in to enjoy life. Like I really enjoy myself most of the time, and no one hits me in the head like almost ever. It's pretty rare.
I think there are a few careers like boxing or MMA where you have to make that choice whether you're gonna go into it maybe in advanced years or stop doing it, miss all the glory, but you're going to have a few more years left. I think that's really a very small portion of people that are doing things. I think you could be pretty active and relatively speaking, kind of crazy, and still kind of chug along without having to get your head beaten in.
But like, there's kind of crazy, and then there's like a legit star, right? Like, I'm kind of crazy, dude. You wouldn't believe it, but I just drove my golf cart over a bump today, and everyone bounced in the air. Settle down. We're okay.
Such a crazy dad you are. So much good, hearty fun, good natured.
Yeah, it was insane. Everyone got air, and then there's like real crazy. There's straddling the octagon to crowds that are just screaming their heads out at what you did. There's the glory. Like, this guy beat Crow Cop. If you don't know anything about MMA, Crow Cop was a legend, like greatest of the great, K1 champion, MMA, star, and he beat him kind of it wasn't his peak, but he beat him. And I don't know, like, I feel like we're describing kind of pedestrian lives. Like, you can still have a good time,
I like having a Chardonnay every so often.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. Like he could go on and be that Fox sportscaster, and it could be cocaine and hookers and fucking blowing shit up and machine guns. That could be his life if he wanted to be. Like, he could do anything he wants. Like, he could jump out of airplanes. He could go to the Bahamas and be a surf instructor the rest of his life. He's got enough money and enough talent, enough know-how that he can do anything he fucking wants. It doesn't.
But what if you just like beating the shit out of people?
Well, maybe
that's all that you get pleasure from.
That's all he's getting out of it.
Then he needs to open his own bar and bounce. He needs to be a bouncer at the bar. Right. Every night, he just whip everybody's ass. He beats up 5-6 guys a night. Like,
it's a hell of a bar. Where the
whole crowd cheers. Maybe he's got an octagon in the bar. He just beats up some random guys every night. He doesn't want to do is be going in there against professional athletes because they're gonna make him retarded.
Right. He needs to go in there against drunks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so the question
it'll be
I
like
was
those
going to say,
restaurants where people are mean to you.
Not so much.
Except in this one, the bouncer just tries to start shit.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
So it's not about what Brendan Schwab should do. It's which life would you pick, right? Like, if I'm proposing to you, Taylor, do you want to be, a regular? I know you, right? Would you like to, I don't know, maybe own a Wendy's, make a good living, have some kids, and live to 100? Or would you pick being like an NFL athlete who has serious glory, who has stadiums cheering his name and buying his jersey, where you live in serious wealth and have a mansion and 6 cars, but you die at 50? Pick it.
Spaniard.
Can I expand my Wendy's franchise to multiple ones?
Right. In my head, I wanted to make it Pizza Hut and then expand. Yeah, I'm right with you. I was like, I'd do that.
Yeah, that's what I would want to do. See, because I think that you're underrating the extra 50 years of life that you get. 50 years that person didn't get to see because they were had jersey sales. Like, by the time I'm dying in my 100-year-old life, people forgot about that guy who died at 50 48 years ago. People forgot about him almost 50 years ago. And I still got to live my life and have my fucking Wendy's. It sounds okay.
I like Wendy's.
How much do people make when they own a Wendy's? Actually, make a McDonald's. They probably make more.
McDonald's is losing America. Just calling it out there.
I think once you get the franchise paid off and you're debt free, like that, but that thing's a real moneymaker.
I bet
Taco Bell makes a fuck ton of money now with all those Dorito nonsense tacos.
This thing's so good.
They are raking it in.
I feel
so
like
many stoners.
Fast foods places have become almost fads, whereas it didn't used to be. Like my entire life, McDonald's was the fast food king, and everything else was just nipping at its heels. Now it's like Taco Bell becomes a superstar, and then Wendy's becomes a superstar, and In-N-Out, and then something else I forget. But it's almost like there's this like fast food chain of the year, and then
there's
flips
no
on.
loyalty to shitty food anymore.
Yeah, it's just changed the game a little bit.
I will not.
That second 50 years is you can't compare it with that first 50. Jesus, you gotta, it's like I get to live 100 years. The guy that lived 50, I get the extra 50. You got to take off quite a few at the tail end of that last 50 because you could be shitting yourself.
Yes.
On the other hand, if you live,
asshole.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you live to be that old, you start to get interviewed and fame just for being that fucking old. When you hit 98, they're gonna be like, "This is Woody's gamertag." Oh, watch him try to speak, and like just
interviewed
sit there
and
with
fame
you.
means nothing if you can't turn it into pussy.
There's no point. So everyone, what are we taking the 50 or the 100 here?
Yeah, I'll take the 50. I'll take the 50.
Well, I'm obviously going to take the 100.
I'm taking the 100 because Anthony's over 50.
I'd have
right?
to check out right now, and I'd owe a couple of years.
I will take that 50. That sounds like a real fun 50 years. I'm imagining a scenario where I'm a professional pitcher, like for like 5 years. The last year of my contract, I made like $30 million. Got couple of houses. I retire in the city I started in, very happy. Maybe open like a chain of car dealerships or like restaurants or something. It's like supplemental income and just chill.
Maybe a Wendy's comes full circle.
Yeah, maybe a Wendy's. Yeah.
And then when your kid turns like
Kyle,
19 or 20, you die.
What you're not thinking about is like I'm thinking about this as far as the rules of like we had to deal with the devil when we were born, so you're going to die at 50. So like 40s, it's just going to be a shit show. You're going to be constantly stressed out, knowing that the end is coming. By the time you hit 85, actually wishing for that 100th day year to come, so you can.
Have you seen Wolf of Wall Street?
Shitty body.
Yes.
Here's the thing about knowing you're going to die at 50 and being a millionaire. You get to have a lot of fun at the end. It doesn't matter. You just go into debt. You just keep borrowing money. It would have such an incredible time.
That's true. And you could just be a total drug booze hound. I hope this smoking doesn't get to me. Just like whatever. You're gonna die.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. You
Whatever
could do anything you want. You could live totally like the Wolf of Wall Street. just fucking and drugs and craziness and who gives a shit? Like you're gonna die in like 6 months. Let's live it up.
Describing Mercadurka's 2013.
Have you guys
pretty much?
Have you guys seen Wolf of Wall Street? I know it's on Netflix now.
Yeah.
I just recently caught it. I had put it off for a long time. I really liked it. I guess everybody does. It's a really good movie.
That movie had an unusually high amount of special effects, more than you might guess. Like so many of those scenes were like green screened and like I saw the before and after, and it was like picture like a boat, right? Like on a dock with all these things behind it. Then they replace everything behind it with something kind of equivalent. And I'm like, why did you do that? Like, so much money.
I saw the same thing you're talking about. There were a lot of these digital shots, and it's like, oh, here's the house on the hill, and here's what it looked like after they added the digital thing. It's like, the house was fine.
They're like, here's an aerial view of a prison, a tennis court in a prison. And then they like wipe it all away, and it's a different tennis court in a prison. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, why?
I knew the goldfish was. I thought Jonah Hill was incredible. He was really good.
He was funny.
The whole thing was funny. It was almost a comedy, but it was so insane, and a lot of it's true.
Yeah.
It was outrageous.
But you know what? I just can't like him knowing he is such a homophobe. After those comments that he said, just
oh god,
beyond the pale.
No. What did he do? Did he use the word fag?
He didn't do anything. He yelled at a paparazzi for harassing him, and he's the bad guy.
He called the paparazzi a fag or something, right?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, the audacity.
He was right in the middle of promoting a movie. That's why he was so quick to apologize. He had to. He's got people breathing down. He's got publicity. He's doing publicity actively for his movie that's coming out. Meanwhile, he just calls this guy a fag. It looked bad, so he had to run around and cover his ass.
He apologized he apologized on the Tonight Show, like just a groveling, disgusting display on
Stern,
the most watched late night show, just in front of everybody. That's where we are now. That's where we are. You have to get in front
pissy-eyed.
of everyone. And
he did it on every outlet. Like he was doing publicity right then for The Wolf of Wall Street and maybe 21 Jump Street, or maybe 22 Jump Street. Like he had like 2 things going on at the time. Yeah, it was 22 and Wolf of Wall Street were both like about to come out or had come out. So he was doing all this publicity for both films, and so like he was apologizing everywhere. Everywhere he went.
I'm meeting with the GLADTRFE. What's cocksucker? CS.
I hate it when the victims get the upper hand like that. It happens in politics sometimes. I remember it happened to Hillary Clinton. I forget who said what, but somehow, like, they were able to imply that she wasn't a real warrior because she was a woman. And all of a sudden, it's, woe is me, you hurt my feelings so badly. And now the other guy's on the defense. Maybe it was Obama. He's like, I didn't mean to denigrate women. I didn't mean to say a negative thing about half the population. You took it the wrong way. I'm sure they're great, etc. I just felt, and it's like, God damn it. There are some people who are never happier than when they have been recently offended. And
there's a huge group, and they're growing.
Yeah,
really rapidly, I think.
Let's work to shrink them. We'll team up with 4chan. They're not too PC.
It's just arrogance. Arrogance thinking that you can tell people what they should and shouldn't listen to or watch, or how you shouldn't talk to certain people certain ways. And I can understand you don't want to be a douche for no reason, but this PC nonsense we're living in now, where even North Korea can make a silly little threat at Sony and we can't watch our fucking movie that we want to. It's just nonsense. It's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse.
Yes.
It will.
Well, we're going to make it better. We're going to make it better. We're going to lead the charge. It's going to
We're
rebound.
going to forge ahead.
It's going to rebound until everyone speaks like they type on 4chan in real life.
Lead the charge.
There you go.
Lead the charge. Exactly. Yeah. And then soon everyone will call each
Woody,
other.
didn't you have a list of fat occupations, fat people?
I did. Yeah, we were going over topics. So throughout the week when I find stuff, I just bookmark it and have things to talk about. And it turns out that if you do obesity by occupation, the highest obesity rate, 40.7, is police officers, firefighters, and security guards. Cops, firefighters, and security guards are the fattest job.
Ow.
Yeah, and Taylor's...
I can see security guards, but not firefighters. I would not have picked that.
Oh God, I'm so sick of the firefighter hero worship. I'm done with it.
Woody, pick your battles.
Dude,
fucking firefighters saving, rescuing. They're also trained paramedics, but they're just whiners about it, eating too much, eating their sorrows away.
Dude,
is that stat just people's weight over average weight? Because firefighters are usually big guys, not necessarily fat. So is this like body fat, or is it weight on average weight, or how'd they figure that out?
Well, they described it as obesity. I'm going to go.
Can't really argue obesity. Well, is it big guy obesity?
No,
you never see that guy walking around the gym. Man, someday if I keep working, I'll be just as obese as that guy. Never.
Yeah, they use biometric screenings. I think they've got you covered. They're fat.
Seems like with obesity, you could just use your eyes. Like, yeah, that's one.
Yeah,
there's another one. There's a 3 out of 5 over there.
Yeah,
what are some other ones on the list?
Let's see. The second fattest, social workers, clergy, and counselors. The third fattest, home health aides and massage therapists, which is interesting because I've never seen a fat massage therapist.
They need to have soft, pliable hands.
No, they've got strong hands that fuck you up. Massage is not always a pleasurable experience, dude. They hurt. They get you sore. And I remember I got a massage, right? This is the first massage I ever had. I was like 22 or something. Jackie and I both went. And, we talked about it. She's like, would you be more comfortable if a guy or a girl massaged you? And I was like, I would like a girl to massage me. and a girl to massage you. That somehow seemed fair to me. So, and she agreed. That was good. She still agreed. She's like, yeah, it's just, it's right. So anyway, and she came and she massaged me so much. I was sore, so sore. Like even the next day, I'm like, God, like I think I'd feel better if I didn't have a massage. And I called them and they said that they got all the toxins out. I was like,
thank God.
The toxins weren't causing any problems until you got them out. Is there some way that we can put them in, or how long until my toxins are recaptured? I don't know. But yeah, massage therapists are terrible. Architects and engineers are the fourth fattest. And the fifth fattest is bus drivers, truckers, crane operators, and garbage collectors.
Does it keep going from there, or just a list of
Mexicans.
5?
And then it switches to lowest. Here I'll go. The very, very lowest. Economists, scientists, and psychologists are the skinniest. Next comes artists, actors, athletes, and reporters. Then the third skinniest, physicians, dentists, EMTs, and nurses. Fourth is cooks, bartenders, and food servers, which, interestingly, I don't see a lot of fat cooks, bartenders, or food servers. Like, you'd think they'd be around food all the time. And then fifth, janitors, maids, and landscapers. But yeah,
you don't see very many fat servers. I guess you're right. I never thought about it. I guess because like restaurants want you to eat a lot when you're there, and if some big fat frumpy fuck is gallivanting towards you with a big tray while he's jiggling about, you're gonna be like, you know what? I don't want those mozzarella sticks because I'm gonna end up like Junior over here, waddling around with other people's shit.
Yeah.
I find it odd that nurses were in the skinnier category, and then home healthcare workers are in the fat category. It's like once you leave the hospital, you're like, what? You're stopping at every fast food place on the way to the house that the person you got to take care of, apparently.
Just recently, I had a fireman problem. So I was at John Deere picking up like lawnmower parts, and there was a group of like farmers and such at a counter, and there's maybe like 5 or 6 of them, and they all looked over 40. And in my head, I'm like, this is a wealth of knowledge. And somehow it seemed appropriate to ask them how to remove a tree stump. And I was like, I was thinking about like just drilling holes in it and filling it with like gas or diesel. Like, which one do you pick? Because diesel, if you don't know, it doesn't light very well. Like if I had a teacup of diesel and dropped a match in it, it'd probably extinguish like you did in water. Like, you have to light it special or something. So anyway, it turns out the guy behind the counter is a volunteer fireman. And he's like, don't use gas. And I'm like, all right, like, what happens? He's like, if you use gas, everything's going to go bad. And I'm like, all right, well, now you've got me curious. Can you explain what happens? Oh, yeah, these guys will tell you, don't use gas. And at this point, I'm just like, in my head, motherfucker. Would you stop pulling this, like, I'm a fireman, I know secret sauce shit that I won't even tell you card? And you're like, what the fuck happens if you put gas on a tree stump? Like, I'm lighting fires with gas every goddamn weekend at this point.
Look, Smokey, I promise you, we've got a similar grasp on physics and reality, so maybe if you just broke it down for me like a human being, what'll happen?
Exactly. And then he's like, well, it'll go back to the can. And I'm like, wait, what? And he's like, yes, what will happen, like if you pour gas on a tree stump and then put the can like 15 feet away, it will like magically, like through the vapors, head back to the can and whatever.
Does he think you're going to have like a lit match halfway through the stream as you're pouring it down, like, gotta get this to go, and not even on the stump yet?
There are very few people who have as much experience with fire, and especially gasoline fires, as I do. And that is absolute horse shit. That is ridiculous.
Someone watching this right now who with less experience than you is going to tell you you're wrong. I'm certain of it.
Suck a dick, because I've started more fires than you can imagine.
Yeah. I want a viewer to start a gasoline fire, post it as a video response. I want to see how you do.
The reason that gasoline isn't great to use is because when you light it sometimes, the vapors can explode in trash piles, and that's not good. You end up on fire sometimes.
He said something like that, but this is a tree stump in a pasture, right? Like,
yeah, so not a problem. Use diesel's the way to go because it would burn slower and longer.
And hotter, I'm told. I don't know.
I didn't know that, to be honest. Yeah. But it's just, for that kind of burn, diesel's the way to go. But for trash, gasoline's fine.
But the
like
trouble...
a big trash pile?
You burn your trash with gasoline?
Yeah.
All right, let me explain. If you'd like, I will explain.
Please.
No, I do not burn my trash with gasoline. However, lots of people, when they have a lot of property, when I say trash is I don't mean garbage from your home. I mean like a trash pile where like old fence posts and barrels and like, you know, an old building that got pushed down, stuff like that has been pushed up, like refuse that's going to be burned. It's not like yesterday's dinner and some old boxes or anything. It's wood and trash and vegetation and old trees. And we used to fill it, and lots of trash too, because we'd put our trash in there sometimes too, I guess, to be honest. But anyway, you'd soak all that shit in gasoline, and on a hot summer's day, you'd build this big haze. Like, you could see the gasoline vapors, and you know, you basically make a grenade at that point. You get a rock, you tie a rag to it, you light it on fire, and you throw it. And it explodes. It launches anything light enough, like way up in there. It's really fun. It's a lot of fun to blow stuff up with gasoline.
I've been
It's
burning
an
my
anomaly
trash
that you have all of your fingers at this point in your life. Like, just an anomaly.
In my new house, we don't have trash service signed up yet. Like, we have power and propane and all those other things. But trash service, like, when I went to sign up, they required that the seller, like, cancel first. So, like, I got sort of stumped there. And then it was like, well, I don't live here. I feel like it's a waste to pay for trash every week when we have, like, what? Like, 1 box a week. So we just burn it. We burn everything now. Until...
You guys do not
Go
live
green.
in New York.
No, we burn all kinds of shit, dude. And the first couple weeks, I proved that I can start a fire with a match consistently. But that shit takes a while, you know?
I've seen you start a fire with a flint and steel.
There you go. So, but it takes a while to turn that into like a really big, like, bonfire with lots of coals and embers. Not with gasoline, it doesn't. Now I'm making log cabin fires that are like nipple high on a grown man with like kindling over the, like, pour gas all over that shit. Bam! 6 seconds in, we have warmth. As a matter of fact, I recommend you keep away for the first 15 or 20 seconds because I don't know where it's going, but yeah, I'm making bonfires like nobody's business now, and I'm
This is so fucking embarrassing. Last night I was all proud of the Duraflame log in my fire. You motherfuckers are blowing shit up.
Dude, tomorrow night, come on over. We're doing go-kart racing and bonfires and shit. We're doing up right.
Fires, go-karts, Jesus Christ.
The kid's 11. You got to show him around. But yeah,
I need to say the same thing. Like with the Duraflame, I've done that before, where I couldn't get a Duraflame started, and it was just so emasculating. So emasculating. I'm like, God, I'm a bitch. I'm a little bitch. If I
My
matches you, I couldn't
ancestor.
help.
Because you know, your ancestor, your great-great-grandfather, and just add a few greats, he could break out a fucking special rock he carried around in his pocket and make fire. And like it was like he did it like it was his fucking job, because it was.
After beating your great-grandmother over the head with it.
And fucking the shit out of her.
Thumb.
Yeah. It's that rapist gene that made your people strong, Mirka.
Wait, who are
I
Marcus
can
people?
still see it in your eye. There's a little rapist twinkle right there. No,
It's in my
you know what I'm
eyebrow.
talking about. It's in your eyebrow, yeah. All fucking all crazy here.
Marco, what are
spot
you? Are
over
you
there.
Italian?
Yeah.
All right. I was about to say your last name. For all I know, that's private.
Yes.
What was I going to say? I've lost. Anyway, yeah. So the fireman at the John Deere counter just seemed to stick to this like mystical knowledge. He wouldn't explain what was bad or why it was bad. And
Gun guys can be like that too. I don't like that. Like I'll always offer 2 explanations to a gun style question. There's the easy, there's A and there's B. First I'll say, well, actually that's probably not the best way to do it. What you really want to do is get this. Let me tell you why. And then I'll give them the complicated version. So you can listen to me and just trust me and go with the first part. But if you want, I'll expound upon this whole thing, explain exactly why, and because I don't want to be like you come off like an asshole if you're like, trust me, been there, done that, bro, been there, done that.
And sometimes it's about trust. Like with this guy behind the counter, I kind of just didn't trust that it was so evil because I had a fucking lifetime of personal experience with gas and fires and stuff. And but the other part of it was like he said he was a fireman, so I kind of like did trust him. I just wanted an explanation. I wanted you to teach me the thing that I don't know, the thing that I haven't picked up in all these years. And
they never want to do that. I recall being horrified every time I walked into an auto parts store because those motherfuckers just. I'd go in there and be like, yeah, I need an alternator for a '69 Nova, and it'd be like the AL2C or D. And I'm like, I don't know. And they look at you like, how do you not know this? Why are you even working on your car? Like, they demean you sitting there behind the counter like you're an asshole. It was horrifying going into an auto parts store when I was growing up.
Oh, yeah.
I hate it. There are just certain businesses like that when you go in, you can expect to get condescended to.
Yes.
Like an Apple store. God forbid you go into a fucking Apple store with an honest question. They treat you like you're a goddamn retarded.
Yeah, you
can't get the charger to work. Let's grab a genius, see if we can't hash this out. It's like, no, go fuck yourself.
They call themselves geniuses.
I know.
What a bunch of pretentious shitheads.
I know. I'm your Mac genius. I'll be helping you today. All right, Todd.
Yeah.
Well, my fucking charger doesn't work. Figure it out.
Yeah. I've had that. And they're like, let me grab this cable that I know is KG. And I'm like, KG? Known good. Fuck. Really?
Oh,
yeah.
Known good. What an ass.
But
I have
what
some,
other businesses do you hate other than the Apple Store? I want to see.
Dick's Sporting Goods. They're on the
That's
outside
another
of
good
me.
one.
I went in there
Really?
one time ready to drop like $8,000 on equipment, and nobody would fucking talk to me. And when and I'm just like, hello, could someone help me because I want to buy this and this and this? Like I need all of this shit here. Like I'm literally here to buy so much stuff I can't carry it away. I'll need delivery, and I'm willing to pay for that too. But no one would talk to me. And when I finally did get somebody, I was like, hey, I'd like to buy this thing. And she's like, all right, let me go in the back and see what we got. I'm like, wait. I want to get that. And I'm also going to want that ping pong table, and I'm going to get this air hockey table, and I want this weight bench over here, all of these weights. I want that, I'm like, shouldn't you be writing this down? I want that.
God.
I want that chin-up rack. And I really did. I was buying all this shit. And she was just like, I don't know. Let me see if I can get you somebody else. And I was just like...
And she just didn't write
You
anything down.
motherfuckers.
That's like those waiters. Those waiters
tweeting,
that don't write anything down, trying to impress you.
I'm angrily
come up-
tweeting at Dick's Sporting Goods, driving down the road on my way to another fucking store. I'm like, fuck you! I'm going somewhere else. I'm buying more shit from your competitor. I'll never buy from you again. Like, just angrily tweeting as I drive down the road, just red-faced, and it pissed me off so much because I was like, come on, let's get together here. I want to buy all of this, and I had been there like a week before, and I had bought like a fucking $3,000 exercise machine. So like they should have already recognized me. If you're running a business well, they should have known me.
you should be a local celebrity at that point in that store.
You should.
No,
Right.
but that's not at all what I'm saying.
No, I'm serious though. Like they should be
spent
like,
an
this is the
hour
guy
with
that
those
just dropped
people.
$3,000. We treat him nicely.
I just had spent an hour with those people discussing these stupid fucking machines and going through the whole thing. They remembered me. I saw the cashier from the last time. I talked to her. I told her I needed help. The person who walked away from me was sent by the cashier who knew me. So fuck Dick's Sporting Goods forever. Fuck them to 1,000 burning midget fisting hells. Never again. Fuck Dick's Sporting Goods. Speaking
When you
of
said that she wasn't writing stuff down, that made me think of another thing that I think everybody hates. When your fucking waitress or waiter comes up to a table of 5 and they start standing there with their hands behind their back like, are you ready to be impressed? Are you ready to be able to impressed? It's like, no, fucking Rain Man, I want you to pull that pad out and I want you to fucking write no mayonnaise on my goddamn burger. Otherwise you're going to fuck it up.
Excuse me, Nadine, but
Yeah.
if you really had like some Rain Man skills, I promise you wouldn't be asking what kind of eggs I wanted for at Denny's.
Yeah, you're not solving calculus problems on the special day board every morning.
No,
Fucking,
no, like maybe you are good at Sudoku over there, like in your break, but like you're still getting my eggs. So just write it down. I hate that too. I don't mind it if they get it right, but when they fuck it up, it drives me crazy.
I'm a little lighter. When they get it right, I'm genuinely impressed. I went to a restaurant. It was at my buddy's graduation party from college. There were maybe 22 people at this table, and this one person memorized all of it. And I'm like, I asked her, I was like, how do you remember all this? Do you make mistakes? And she's like, I hardly ever make mistakes. please stop talking to me. I'm trying to remember. I kind of like.
As she's walking away, you should have been like, chicken Caesar salad, bacon cheeseburger,
fried eggs, double fries, 8 medium cokes, 3. No, just really. She's just like.
But she got it all right, and it was hugely impressive. And they even put all the plates in front of the right people.
You know what she was doing?
No.
She had a tape recorder in her pocket. I bet she got a big tip.
Oh man, that's brilliant.
That's sneaky. Yeah, it could be. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But,
That's what I'd do. If I ever had to be a waiter, I would totally pull that number. I would do that. You could even make a bet with them. You could like have the tape recorder in your pocket and be like, all right, I bet I get everybody. I'll make a bet with you guys. You know, either 30% tip or the meal's free if I get anything wrong. That'd be great.
You know, it would be more annoying than someone not writing my order down, trying to wager a bet while I'm ordering.
No, I'd like that. I like a waiter who can bring a little entertainment to the mix.
I don't like it because it gets me. I want to have a good night out, and it gets me like nerve-wracked. I just sit there the whole time now thinking something's gonna be fucked up. She's gonna fuck something up. Just write the shit down. I don't find it impressive, and then I really don't like it when they leave, come back, and go. You were the steak, right? Okay, and then they walk away. It's like, if you wrote it down, you wouldn't have to ask me again. I've seen him try to pull that fucking Jedi shit, walk away, and then come back. So,
you had the steak and you had the linguine, and then they try and
you should be
act like they're just refreshing their brain.
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah. You tell me. Also, tell me what side I ordered, because I forgot. Like,
I got. See, okay. I sometimes evaluate people by how nice they are to people who are quote unquote like below them, right? Like, if you walk into an office building interviewing for a managerial job and you're not cool to the receptionist, then you're probably not cool, right? If you're doing well and you're not cool to the waiter, then you should be. But I wasn't. It was like a couple months ago. And Jackie and I were arguing. We don't argue a ton. I really like Jackie. It's my wife. And I think we were buying a house and it was kind of stressful and we were working it all out. And this lady kept checking on us fucking constantly. Like I don't. To me, fucking combine your trips. All right, combine them. Don't come back like, all right, you fill my iced tea, and then like 15 seconds later, are you doing okay? And then fill Jackie's drink, and then and like it was clear that we were trying to work something out over lunch. And at one point, I didn't finish serious, but I gave her this look that could fucking kill, and was like, "Are you serious?" And she left and stopped waiting on us for this. She got like her boss to get us the check, and it really, it wasn't anything I said. It was just like, "Are you serious?" But the fact is, like, at least to look at me, I had flipped my lid. That's
not nearly as bad as what I did to that girl at Outback, though.
What was that again?
All right, so was your story already? I feel like I interrupted.
It's about wrapped up. Other than like Jackie doesn't want to eat there anymore. She's embarrassed that I was so evil.
So we go to Outback Steakhouse, and I happened to be really hungry. I don't think I'd eaten that day, so like I was hungry. I wanted the food. I want the bread. I want that brown bread. I'm just anything. I want some food. Mm-hmm. And so they seat us pretty quickly, but there aren't many tables left, so they seat us near the bar. So I can see the bartender, I can see the bar, I can see the people at the bar, at my table. 17 minutes went by, and no one came and talked to me. 15 minutes in, like, she went and asked the hostess for menus so that we would have a menu. So about 18 and a half minutes after I had been sitting there, I saw this blonde. I see this blonde waitress walk by, and she makes eye contact and then quickly like breaks it. I could tell she knew that there was something going on here, and I was like, "Hey, you, come here! I got you!" And I'm like, "I got one." I'm like, "I got one." So I get over there, and I'm like, she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, haven't you? Is no one waiting on you guys?" And I'm like, no one's been waiting on us. I've been seeing you guys over there in the corner. I was like, she's like, no. I'm like, no, you're all just lazy. You're lazy. You're a lazy waitress, and you didn't want to take my table. She's like, no. I was like, I want to talk to your manager. And like she started to cry a little, and she ran away. And the manager came out, and then this like super waitress who was like 40 years old like swooped in and took her table, and I gave her like a $20 tip. But they were literally refusing to wait on us, and I felt like I felt like I was being discriminated against. It was so ridiculous. Like I was like, this must be like how African Americans used to feel sometimes when they'd walk in somewhere and they just wouldn't fucking wait on them. They literally aren't giving me service. And like I'm looking around. I'm like, did I shit my pants? Like did I sit and shit at some point? Is that why?
It's like, just like the civil rights movement, Kyle. I bet a lot of black patrons had to say, hey, you're going to serve me. Actually, I want to talk to your manager. Your manager will care what I have to say.
Obviously, I had a next step that those individuals wouldn't have had. But in that moment, I feel like I felt the same rage and helplessness, perhaps, that they felt. Mostly just the rage because I was so goddamn hungry. So like I made her cry a little. I didn't mean to make her cry. She really should toughen up if she's going to be in the service industry with that kind of attitude anyway, if I'm being honest. But it turned out to be a nice night because we got the other waitress and she was cool. But that pissed me off to no end. And that's happened to me multiple times where I'll go in somewhere and they just won't fucking wait on me. And it really pisses me off. And I make scenes every time. Because the nature of that kind of thing is that I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, if they just come in a minute, then it'll be cool. I bet they'll apologize. Yeah, they'll apologize. Somebody will come and say they're sorry. They'll give you something free, probably. They'll give you some free drinks. It'll be cool. But no, the anger builds and it builds and it builds until I fucking yell at somebody to fucking TGIF Fridays and look like an asshole to everybody. Hey, Anthony, I really appreciate you coming on the show. We definitely enjoyed it. You got to duck out, right?
I love having. Yeah, I got to take off. Where are we going?
How do people find your show? Tell me about it.
Yes.
AnthonyCumia.com. It's subscriber-based, but it's very reasonable. It's very reasonable. It's $7 a month, and then discounts for 6 month and 1 year subs. And it's every day, 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Thursday. And it's complete, uncensored. It's HD video, completely uncensored, open forum for anyone to say whatever the fuck they'd like. I take calls, Skype, and we just, hash out the day's news, funny, serious, whatever it is. I like the way you.
I've been a subscriber since your inception of it. But high quality. Definitely recommend it.
A lot of fun. Hey, thanks so much for having me on, guys. You guys are a blast.
Yeah, we have a good time.
Apparently.
You're funny to talk.
Constantly.
Hey, if you ever do want to do something with some machine guns or blowing some stuff up, just get in touch with me. I can make that sort of thing happen.
Believe me, I will, because I really, really like that shit.
Yeah. If
Thanks
you
a lot,
want, I can do it. Thanks again.
Anytime.
Later.
Cool,
See you later.
All right, so I've got some AMA questions here. I think those would be fun.
Let's do this. I was thinking the same thing.
All right, so.
Segway. What do we got?
So, and let me just say, I don't like doing every one of them. I saw somebody was fussing because we didn't pick theirs. Your question was shitty, and it says in the description that we can pick the ones that we want, I think. Like, that was a caveat that I had about this thing from the beginning. I was like, this isn't like, I'm not being questioned here. You're suggesting questions, and we pick and choose the ones that are entertaining.
I try to pick, like you said, the ones that are. It's like being a Patreon subscriber. We love you guys. We appreciate you. It makes your penis longer, so you should try it if you're not a Patreon subscriber now. True, but like, we don't want questions that ruin the show. And some of them are that bad. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
some of you
are some very good ones
about
here.
how bad your questions are.
Yes.
Proofread it.
And some of you should
pick one, Kyle.
They just
pick one that's that bad. I'm looking at the fourth one.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait,
What's your favorite drink? I like. What is your favorite drink? I was
you?
going to go to that one. All right. So my favorite drink. So let's do alcoholic and non-alcoholic. If alcoholic and we're not getting like some, I would like something fruity and tooty, like that you can't even taste the alcohol. But that aside, because I can't name one other than like pina colada, I'll take it back. Like a Jose Cuervo margarita, a Patron margarita, something like that is my favorite alcoholic drink. And as far as like a non-alcoholic drink, probably Barks root beer or peach knee high.
So if it's alcoholic drink, pina colada, I think is, off the top of my head, maybe my favorite. And if it's a non-alcoholic drink, it's black cherry soda. And there's a particular brand. I'm not sure I know it, but.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Glass bottles.
Yeah, glass bottles. Is it IBQ or something? I might be missing
IBC.
Is it IBC?
Very good. They also make really good cream soda and root beer. Yeah, it's good stuff.
That's the stuff, yeah.
Non-alcoholic, either just cream soda or Diet Dr. Pepper. Diet Dr. Pepper is some good shit. the only diet soda that still tastes like a normal one, so the ads are not lying directly. Alcoholic. Too many to count, you know. If it's a beer, I'm not like I try
that.
when I go out places to like if someone orders a beer, I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna try the East fucking Jesus Nowhere Porter just because I want to feel cultured, but I always just go back to like Bud Light, Coors Light, just light, predictable beer is the best. And liquor, probably Sailor Jerry's.
All right, so here's a quick question. I think it's easy. Would you rather get fisted by 10 midgets consecutively or by 2 normal guys consecutively?
Oh, 2 normal guys. Those like just because they're 10 midgets, they got those thick midget fingers. Not going to be comfortable. They're not very dexterous, but they make up for it in force.
I'm guessing he didn't mean consecutively. Like, do you think that it was 10 midgets consecutively or 2 normal guys concurrently? Do you think he messed up the question?
That's probably what he meant, because 10 midgets consecutively is clearly worse than 2 normal guys consecutively.
I think it's that way. Would you rather 10 midgets fist you one after another, or 2 men fist you one after another?
Okay. Well, I would take the 2 men because I think that really most of the what do you call midgets is bad. Little people, right? If you look at a little person, I think typically like their hand sizes aren't too far from normal. Their arms and wrists are, big. Go on.
I disagree with both of you. I'm going to go with the midgets, and here's why. I feel like what you're missing out on is it doesn't matter how the fisting is going to be like an in and out. But what you got to keep in mind, I think, with your butthole is that like once it gets stretched to here, like you can't really go back to here ever again. So like,
is that true?
I don't know. But would you rather go to like here 10 times or here fucking twice? Like, dude, I mean, if I make my hand as little as I can make it and like really go in like that, and like you're still fucking getting something huge in there, like that's you don't want that. I don't.
Well, it's not going to be comfortable regardless. But I'm just saying that 2 objects is preferable to 5 times that number.
I'd make all those midgets reach elbow deep in a thing of Crisco and just one after another, just take it. That's
no, there's no lubing of the midget arms.
There will be lubing of the midget arms. Question number 3. And I'm sorry if these are self-serving. Feel free to jump in at any time. A lot of them are directed toward me. Will the FPS Bootcamp 2 be an actual thing that would feature Chiz? I am willing to do that. I would do that. I think Chiz is willing to do that too. It's just a scheduling thing. I'm ramping up my schedule so that I've got more free time. Like right now, it's easy for me to get like 3 days of free time, but it's hard for me to say, yeah, next month's free. But I'm doing a lot of filming right now, so yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'd be willing to do that with Chiz in the spring sometime, though. I don't know where Chiz is gonna do in the near future. He might end up living in Woody's backyard, and you never know.
He could be.
He
could be Woody's hired help, like your 19-year-old slave boy.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's a good call.
He could be.
I'd like to see that. Now that's a reality show. like that's like an early '90s sitcom. Like Chiz, like living with Woody's family, the whole thing. I'd love to see that. That's like he's like Urkel in Family Matters.
I pictured him in the guest house, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, not
perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a good one considering the guest we just had. PKA has now moved above and beyond the gaming-focused podcast that it originated as and is now more of a comedy and entertainment podcast similar to Anthony Cumia, Joe Rogan, or Stern. With that in mind, is there anything that you as host could learn from these podcasts and shows to expand your audience beyond your traditional audience? Who knows you from gaming and YouTube? Well, see, that's why you guys have to fucking proofread these. Because I'm reading it with a normal cadence and it just keeps fucking going because the sentence doesn't end where it should end.
Oh, wow, that really was 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the way the show's going to expand is it's up to you guys. It's about word of mouth and stuff like that because it's not like we advertise or anything like that. It's about word of mouth. That's how the show grows. And as far as like expanding our audience, I think there's something you could learn from all those shows. I love watching the Stern. I listen and watch the Stern show. That's the only one I really watch. But there's lots of cool stuff in there that you pick up if you really slow down and look at what's actually going on behind the scenes. There's a lot you could learn from that, and I guess some of it, comes full circle back here.
Yeah. I don't know what we could learn from them. I mean, Stern, I don't listen to Stern. I listen to Joe Rogan and the Opie and Anthony show. But even then, it seems like you can't copy another show. It won't work that way.
That's the thing.
You just got to do your own thing.
Anytime we get even close to another show, it usually gets negative feedback. You know,
We don't want to do the same thing they do worse, because that's all you can do. You can't do what they're doing better, most likely.
Right. You know, which isn't to say there's never anything to learn from them, but yeah, it's certainly copying. I don't know. There's some sort of balance to be struck there. But like Kyle said, I don't even know how to get a new audience.
I think it is all just word of mouth. That's probably how Joe Rogan's show got around. He's not.
If you watch us on iTunes,
boards.
Rate us. That would help, I'm sure.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys if the show's gonna grow. We make good shows. The rest is up to you. How do you make a long distance relationship work? I don't think you can. I don't think long distance relationship works. Long distance relationships work. I don't think so. And it's really relative to what you consider long distance. I think you could maintain one where someone's an hour away, as long as you're willing to drive an hour every day. You're willing to commute and like see them, you know, at the drop of a hat. But if you're like 3 hours away, I don't think that shit works.
Yeah, the second it becomes long distance, the clock is ticking. It's not, can we survive this? It's, can we get together before the storm destroys what we have?
Yeah,
you know?
To me, how do you make a long distance work? My answer was going to be temporarily. You know,
yeah.
A relationship can absolutely survive 3 months, 6 months, maybe 12 months separated. You know, Jackie and I were long distance for, I don't know, 12 months, something like that. But like, you know, she'd visit me every weekend. Sometimes she'd take a Monday off and spend that with me. But for the most part, dude, like, it won't last forever. You gotta find a way to solve the long distance problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Bunch of these
we all agree. Excellent.
I feel just like Kyle did. Like, some of these call me out by name. Often major life decisions are made after an apex or turning point. For example, what changed Woody from being a suicidal, unmotivated student to a collegiate swimmer? Could each of the hosts, or guest two if available, recount a specific moment in their life which he changed a major characteristic about himself for the better? Please elaborate on the problem, the turning point, and the solution. Who wants to go first?
Which one is this? I want to be able to read through it again.
Top one.
Yeah, so they're asking for a time in our lives where we made a major change in ourselves.
Yeah, to solve some...
What brought it on and what we did.
To turn it around from the bad version of you to the good one.
I think in my case, I don't think it's that cut and dry. I think it's usually that I get I find something that I want and I'm motivated to get it, and then I focus on that and everything becomes about getting that. And those situations when that's happened, like if it was a girl or if it was some money or if it was, you know, Taco Bell, whatever it was that I wanted to get, and it usually comes down to money, because money will get you all those things. You know, focus on that and head down and like, yeah, I need $50,000, work my ass off till I got $50,000, and then I'll take a break. You know, I guess that would be it. It's a really Jewy, greedy, evil kind of capitalist one in my part. It's really like putting your head. It's thinking like, I want these things. These things cost money. Money takes work. And in some cases it was a girl, and it was like, you know, it was work out and go buy some new clothes and make money.
Yeah, single focused drive is the key to success, right? Like, you know, that's it. You have to. There are people who have dreams, you know, like, I want to be an actress, I want to be a director, I want to be a musician, I want. But it's like, dude, your dreams are fucking worthless, you piece of shit. Your plans have value, right? You know, if you're sitting there dreaming...
A lot of anger.
Well, there are people who just dream about, you know, I'd like this. I'd like to be an Olympic athlete. I'd like to be a this guy or that guy. And they have these... I don't even want to call them ambitions, because that's too fucking kind to you and your fake ambitions. If you want something to actually happen, you need to drive towards accomplishing that thing. You know, whatever it is, like, don't just sit there and hope, you know. And my turning point, the one that he mentioned, it really wasn't that noble, but like, what happened was I was a suicidal, unmotivated student and broke my arm, and I couldn't get a job. So I spent all this time on the beach, and it was the first time I had a really savage tan. I was really happy. I didn't work for a moment. That was a change for me. I got my first job when I was 13, just working my ass off. And because I couldn't get hired, I got to slack for a bit, and that was fabulous. And while I was on the beach, I saw the lifeguards, and they were kind of king of the beach. Like, like unquestionably the coolest kids on the beach were the lifeguards. And so I was like, I'm going to do that. And that's why I joined the swim team, because to be a lifeguard, there's no interview or anything. It was an athletic competition, and they just hired people off the list. So, joined the swim team, learned to swim, became a lifeguard. I liked swimming so much, I decided to go to college, partly because I knew it would lead to further life success. But a big part of it was I just wasn't done with my swimming career. I started as a senior, and it was only 1 year, and it was too short. So, you could say that I had done the same sort of thing. Like I set a target and then just drove towards it. But, that was my change. But success on a broader point, find something you want and pursue it relentlessly. And things happen. But don't just sit there and dream, you piece of shit loser.
Pick one. Pick one, Taylor. That was dark.
Pick one. Let me see. Ooh, how about this well-written question? What has been the most scariest moment of your life? Most scariest.
I appreciate all the punctuation in that.
Punctuation is just difficult to find throughout the entirety of this sheet.
Not this one, though. It has quotes, question marks, and periods. What is the most scariest moment in your life? All right, we're ripping apart the people who support us most. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, shit.
You guys notice I appreciate all your questions, and I realized that probably what happened was Chiz transcribed this shit, and he's dyslexic or something. He fucked it up, and
that actually could
blaming our wonderful Patreon members. When everyone knows it's always Chiz's fault.
Also, Chiz, who justifies center on a document, on any document?
There's no one I feel like is more down with me than the people who are on Patreon. I really feel that way. They're signing up. They're putting their money on the line. They're supporting the show. I
get it, Kyle. Take their dicks out of your mouth.
I'm not going to, because for Patreon, your cum tastes like cotton candy. Raspberry cotton candy, and I love raspberries. So you bring it on, you Patreon gods, you payers of the cash, you prize-taking wonderful people, you. All right, so we got another one. This one's the nice. The most
scariest moment of your life. We skipped over that.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Okay, so I think it was the time when that guy was chasing us through the woods with the gun. When my cousin and I were jogging and ended up on this guy's property, and it was very innocent, sort of, and we were just kind of got caught, all of a sudden in this guy's backyard at night. And we ran from him because we were just scared, and he was chasing us through the woods and through barbed wire fences, and I thought he was going to kill us. So that was probably the scariest. And I was covered in cuts. I was only wearing basketball shorts, so I ran through a barbed wire fence. I was all cut up, ran through briars and stuff, and we didn't jog there anymore.
When Hope was born, she wasn't breathing. And apparently that's pretty normal, right? Most kids don't breathe right out of the gate. They gotta smack their hiney's or tickle their feet or do something like that. But
that's the procedure.
Yeah.
Smack their hiney's and tickle their feet till they breathe.
Yeah, it makes them cry. And that's it. But they rushed her over onto I guess the scale and just started working on her right there. And it didn't take long at all. I mean, it was probably 10 seconds. And I think that's even seriously routine, no big deal. But I was completely unqualified to do anything. I was just I think I had you guys got this under control? And they're like, oh yeah, we're not worried yet. And in a few seconds she was crying or whatever. But I was I don't know, just how fucked up is this situation? And if you've never seen a 1 second old baby, they look like hell. They're like aliens. They're coated with slime, and they're purplish or whatever. And it's
Are their heads all deformed too? Isn't that a thing? Their heads are kind of misshapen.
It can be. My kids the Hope was breech or something, so she was C-sectioned. So it's the passing through the vaginal canal that makes their head all warped. So my kids didn't have that. But what was I going to say? Oh, on a related note, I think I've said this before, but whatever. I had this fear that my babies would get switched at the hospital, like leading into it, the entire pregnancy. I wasn't a father yet, and all babies looked identical to me. My entire life, when people showed me new baby pictures, it was like, I don't give a fuck about your new baby picture because your baby looks like every other baby. They're completely identical. It doesn't matter. And what that translated to in my head was that if somebody switched my baby, and why wouldn't they, since they're all identical, if somebody switched my baby, then I would have no idea. I would just take home someone else's kid and never have any clue my entire life that my baby was switched in the hospital. But then what happened? My first baby was giant. She was 9 pounds 9 ounces, and she had a full head of bright orange hair. And I was like, oh, fuck, that one's mine. Like, I totally got this on lockdown. She'd be in that room, that, like, you know, heated incubator they put babies in, like they're little chicks. And you know, like, out of the sea of them, there was only one gigantic orange-haired baby. I was like, oh, I can spot mine from here. So, yeah, they definitely didn't switch him.
Wow.
But yeah, that would definitely be scary to not know that wasn't normal procedure, and then kind of just be sitting there watching your kid not breathe.
Yeah.
Wondering, like, who's going to step in first. Looking
like hell, you know? Like, that's a thing, too. You're like they're blue and slimy and, like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So, my most scariest moment, I don't even know. I'm trying to think of something good. The one that keeps coming back is my first winter driving. I was driving to school early one morning. Most other school, I went to a school, and it didn't cancel school like ever. Like every other school in the area would be closed, and we wouldn't be. And so I was the only person on the road driving there by myself. And I fucked up driving. I was in my first car, which was like a 97 Honda Accord, I think. And I just completely lost control. Like, thank God I was the only person on the road, because I was doing like whole full circles. I think I did like 3 of them before eventually, like a YouTube video, it kind of just straightened out and did like it straightens, and then the back end just goes, and then you keep going straight. And I thought I was going to die. And the biggest fear wasn't even that I was going to die. It was that, oh my God, I'm going to be the guy who dies in high school who drives poorly on snow. I'm going to be that guy. Remember Taylor? Yeah, he was the shit driver who died sophomore year. Like, and that's scarier than death, knowing that would be my legacy. Yeah, he's tangled up in a shit piece of cord on the highway.
Dude, I've got a related story. Speaking of, like, dead high school people, that there was a guy in my high school. His name was Jeff Cox. And you'll see in a moment his privacy doesn't matter. So, Jeff was a fairly normal guy. Like, he was, to me, average good looking. He tried to grow in his mustache before he really could, but otherwise he was average good looking. He was average athletic. I think he was on the football team, but I don't know if he started or made varsity or something. But, you know, average looks, average athletics, average size, totally normal, regular person, except he had a weird earlobe. And it's almost like he had, like, his earlobe had like a ridge in it, like a cleft earlobe, or like you might call it a vagina earlobe, you know? Like, it was just one little thing that wasn't normal about him. And that was it. And it was enough to have him totally, like, ostracized in high school. Like, his, like, social standing was bumped down by 40% just because of that one stupid little earlobe thing. And he managed to get into high school, but it didn't really work out for him. And then he college. And then he killed himself. All because, like, he was unhappy. He was ostracized, and that was his thing. He left a suicide note.
He really should have grown that hair out.
Yeah.
Could have. It wasn't the style at the time, but maybe.
Earmuffs, another viable option.
How did he kill himself?
If he had just waited for Beats by Dre to be popular, he'd be alive.
Hanging yourself was the style at the time either. It would have been much better to be unfashionable with your hair than to be dead. I feel like he just needed a stylist.
I feel like he needed another year or two. Like, God, he was right on the cusp. You know, if he had let his world age just another year or two, he would have gone into the workplace with adults who don't give a fuck about your earlobe.
I don't know, Merca. Tell him how much shit you get for your eyebrow. I'm sure it's been hell.
No, I really don't get any shit for it.
Really? With that freaky owl thing you got going on?
That
there?
freaky owl eyebrow? No.
Yeah, it's an owl eyebrow.
No, it is. It's definitely fucked up. Just nobody ever mentions it. Except for you.
Just me.
But yeah, like when you're an adult, it's not going to matter, that you're heavy, or at least not totally fit. It's not going to matter that you're bald. It's not going to matter that you're not tall enough or whatever. Like when you're surrounded by mature people, they'll start to care about what's on the inside. And he was right almost there.
That is
Kyle's
really sad.
Disagreeing, it looks like. But
not really. No, I'm not disagreeing. No, I could see that. Like life's definitely easier if you get the weird ear thing going on. Once you're out of the educational system, for sure.
yeah,
How bad was this ear?
not bad, not too bad. I mean, you noticed it. It
I wish I
didn't match
had
the
a
other side.
picture of the ear. If I could see the ear, I think I could really.
This.
I don't think I can Google this guy who
Let-
died
yeah,
in
let's.
the
let's
90s.
Honestly, I feel dirty even asking to see this dead man's ear. So we could probably just move along to another question. I feel bad now.
Well, we feel bad. I'm just trying to peg down how bad this was. Because if it was just like a little fold there, my God.
Yeah,
Kids must be vicious.
That was my thought process too. I'm wondering just how bad this ear was, but like now I feel kind of like an asshole for like trying to see what this dead guy's ear looked like.
Well, you're not Googling him.
I'm
No.
Googling him right now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, Woody's googling. I'm just being a party to it. I guess that's not as bad. In the meantime, let's
I'm reading
see.
through some more of these questions. See what we got.
Yeah.
I like this one. I want to hear that Woody answer this MMA one in a little bit.
I like that one too.
Shucks, I even found a Wall of Angels suicide memorial, but it doesn't link to like photos or anything.
Okay, so this one
That's-
this one's from me. It says, what was it like shooting the Russia rap video? Was it professionally shot, directed, and who were the girls? Most importantly, who were the girls? So that thing that was professionally shot, it was one of the guys that was there worked on Boardwalk Empire a little bit. But what we did was that was to promote the video game that I released. And so the whole thing, we crowdfunded the whole thing. And so that was to promote that. The way we did it was really just bootleg style. Like they gave me like a couple weeks in advance. They told me that I needed to write this rap song, and I thought they were joking. I was like, ha yeah. And then they get there and they're at my house and we're filming this thing and they're like, all right, where's the rap song? Let's hear it. And I'm just like, I didn't write a fucking rap song. So literally we're sitting like in the back of a car with like a microphone and a laptop, and I'm just like, guns and money and I don't know, explosives
Money
and
and
hoes.
guns.
Yeah, guns, money, explosives, and hoes. And then the guy's like, all right, let me see what I can do. And he's messing with the laptop, and all of a sudden there's a beat and there's a song. We had the song together. As far as the girls, one of them was somebody that I know in real life, a good friend of mine, and the other one, the blonde one, was actually a model that we brought down from like North Carolina through some like model agency, and her boyfriend came with her, and so he was off camera while we were shooting the video, and they got really grabby with me at one point, which was pretty inappropriate, and her boyfriend was not liking it at all. He was really upset when they left, and I didn't do anything inappropriate. I didn't feel, but she got very grabby, and I felt like she was inappropriate. But yeah, that whole thing was fun.
This one, a bunch of it's for me. What is the status of Woody's Lab? What are the challenges of running your own business that your viewers might not see? For example, hiring employees, keeping business private, hard decisions, or anything else you can think of. Woody's Lab, God, this house. I feel like my viewers are going to hate the house, but I've just been devoting a lot of attention to picking a home, buying a home, moving into the home, stuff like that. And the upside is I think eventually Woody's Lab will be better than it ever would have, because it'll be so easy to film. Like I could never do some of the things I want to do where I live now in my little cul-de-sac. What were you gonna say?
Woody's Lab, you're buying the set for Woody's Lab. That's what's going on. You should film a video of like the set. Which is your fucking yard. Like, That's what's going on. You're increasing your ability to make videos. You're getting go-karts and tractors and
all of that is true. That we're putting together, and I hope that it turns awesome in the long run. But
I think I said stump up.
Yeah, we'll fuck the stump up. That might be a fun thing. Challenges of running my own business that viewers don't see. One of the hardest things is firing people. I tend to be like generous and optimistic and hopeful on this stuff, and it makes it easy to take advantage of me. Less so now than before. But what would happen is like someone would do like one good thing, and it'd be like, "You're awesome, I love you, man. Let's get you on staff, weekly, etc., or whatever." And then all of a sudden they're like part of Team WoodyCraft, and like it's now shit's not getting done anymore. Now it's like maybe that thing I saw they had been working on for way longer than I knew, and it doesn't represent their ability to produce it. So I've started now. I like to pay for people when it goes live. Like that's a thing we do at WoodyCraft. We as soon as something goes live and it's finished and it's done, you get paid. I hate paying for half done stuff because I promise you it never gets fully done. Like they stop right there, take the money and take off. And but the hardest part for me is getting taken advantage of, being too generous or too optimistic or too kind, and people don't finish their work or like vanish and stuff like that. So that's the hardest part about it altogether is definitely staff and keeping people moving well.
Ooh, I'm sorry, you've got more to your question, but I thought of something cool whenever you're done.
I'm done. That'll do it.
All right, so two things. I guess I'm coming up with good ideas tonight. One, now we're gonna have the Josh Wheel of Pain. This guy needs money. Now this guy is all right. So I'm not gonna say anything bad about this guy anymore. He's a nice guy.
Hard worker.
Hard worker. I'm told. I haven't really gotten any work out of him yet. A little bit. I've had him help me before. He's a country boy. And I'll see if he's up for the Wheel of Pain because I know that he's looking to get some Christmas money. And I think it'd be interesting. So I'm gonna check on the Josh Wheel of Pain tomorrow. I'm gonna text him first thing. And I just thought of something really fucking cool to do with my bowling ball and mortar. So imagine this. Instead of a bowling ball, I've got a bowling ball sized cup, like a wadding, if you will, a plastic thing that'll go down there, make a seal around the blast chamber, which is the little. It's like a shot glass size hole inside of a piece of steel, and that's where it's full of black powder, and a fuse meets the base of it, and when it explodes, shoots the bowling ball. But the bowling ball's not going to be there. Now you've just got this plastic thing sitting there, and you pour gasoline inside of it.
This is a great idea.
When this thing explodes and shoots the projectile forward, the projectile is a bucket full of gasoline, basically, that's going to be ignited by the black powder's blast and forced forward. It's going to be like a dragon breathing. It's going to be awesome. This is going to be great. I think I just invented some sort of cannon flamethrower.
How close are you going to be when this is happening?
Well, I'll be on.
Hopefully not close, unless we're going to have burn victim Kyle.
I won't. I'm not going to stand in. Well, I'm not going to stand in front of it. I'll stand behind it.
Well, but it seems like it could splash back a little bit. If that firefighter was right, you could just combust right there close to the gas.
I will say this, Kyle. It is possible that you will have fumes ignite the powder quicker than the wick does.
Fumes ignite the powder. Do you mean that perhaps the fumes, the fuse could ignite the gasoline vapor and like go around the powder?
Yeah, so you have a fuse that gives you a little bit of escape time, right?
Okay, so.
But if
what you're imagining
fuse
happening
lights
is
the fumes? The fumes light like the gas, not the gas.
Okay, I totally just imagined what you said. Yeah. So what I would do is put a big condom over the end of the barrel.
That should handle it, right?
Safe.
Yeah.
Put a trash bag over it, rubber band, done.
Yeah, I think that helps a ton. I think that helps a bunch. Yeah, and put a big condom on the. It'd be fun if it were literally a condom. In our head wearing condom thing, we've proven it's hard to make one that big, but condoms would be fun.
Magnum.
Yeah, get the Magnum.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm gonna test that fucking tomorrow. If maybe tomorrow. I
Take
may
some
wait a
cell
few
phone
days.
video.
I
when
will.
You do test it. Yeah.
I got some pretty good cell phone video of some other stuff too. There's some cool videos going up soon on my channel. But yeah, that'll be cool. And let me do a let me get Crunchyroll in here before we do any more AMA questions though. So we've had a lot of sponsors, but I think Crunchyroll is the one that I've used the most and enjoyed the most. It's crunchyroll.com/PKA if you want to get a month free there. It takes about 2 minutes to sign up, and you get access to the world's largest library of anime. It's all 1080p. You can watch on any device, Android, Apple, your Roku, your Apple TV, you're on your fucking Xbox, anything. And we've been watching Attack on Titan. We're 6 or 7 episodes in, and it's actually gotten good. And we're going to do another live stream this week. It'll be the 3rd one, where basically we watch Attack on Titan along with you guys on Twitch, and it's really fun. So if you want to take part in that, or if you're just interested in some anime, sign up for your free month. Just crunchyroll.com/PKA. Like I said, it takes like a minute to sign up for this thing. It really does. I was honestly pleasantly surprised when I had to sign up for my account, and it was so quick and easy. Because, and I've said this before, but if something takes more than a minute or two to sign up for, you're just not going to get me to use your service. Like, the only reason I fuck with Gmail is because you have to do it to do anything on the internet. But this thing's super, super easy to sign up for, and it was no sweat. So crunchyroll.com/PKA.
Check it out. There's one that asked me about pro fighting, which is crazy, but I guess I'll answer it anyway. Let me read it carefully. Question for Woody. If you had 9 months to train for a pro MMA UFC fight, which weight class would you choose? Which fighter would you go against? And how would you train? So, I think my frame would be the 170-pound weight class. That's what I should weigh in at. Most of those guys are much stronger than me, but they're somewhere in my like sort of height, width, like ballpark. Like the perfect super version of me would just be like a bulked up, 170-pound UFC fighter. That's the weight class. And which pro fighter would I go against? So I'm picking based on who I think would be who would hurt me the least, like if I were to go against Robbie Lawler. I saw Robbie Lawler fight a guy. It might have been Matt Brown. He's the current champ. He was punching him in the face, right? Punching him in the face. He had this jab that he had no answer for, and he's telling him, "You like that? You like that? You've got no answer for this." Fuck, how fucking helpless would you be? He was just, and Robbie Lawler is a monster-looking guy. He's tatted up. He's strong. I think he's stronger than GSP. He just is scary, and he's mad at you when he fights you, and that's the last thing I want. A Diaz brother? No way. I want nothing to do with Diaz brother. They slap their people, right? They have opportunities to punch, and instead, bam, Stockton slap. They just fucking, and they call you a bitch. Like, you like that, bitch? You like that? They fucking like domestic abuse inside the octagon. I want nothing to do with the Diaz brother. I think I might take Gunnar Nelson. Gunnar Nelson he's a jiu-jitsu guy, and typically when jiu-jitsu guys beat you, you're not injured afterwards. And he seems really cerebral, like he's a thinking man's UFC fighter. And my hope is that he would recognize how helplessly outclassed I am and give me a kind finish. Like, he'd choke me out. Be like, you all right, bud? I had to do it.
I thought that you were going to take advantage of the poor wording of this question and fight a woman. That's what you should have done. Because I tell you what, 9 months of professional training, dieting, and working out, I'm imagining this is like, put the rest of your life aside kind of times, like your Rocky Balboa. There's some women in the UFC you could beat up.
I assumed we had to be the same weight class. But
no.
Really?
No, you pick. It says pick a UFC fighter.
So the UFC just added a new 115-pound strawweight women's class.
Uh-oh.
These are the
You mentioned
smallest.
domestic abuse. I would like the octagon to be redesigned like my kitchen.
There's implements laying around you can use. There's like a
You
dough
duck
roller.
the frying pan, go in low and get her in the ribs. Like, this would be great.
Flip a spatula at her when she's not looking.
That might be the way to go. I could grab some emotionally fragile 115-pound strawweight who just cried on The Ultimate Fighter, and then pick on her vulnerabilities and maybe even win the fight.
Oh my god, you would dominate that fight. Like if you trained for not fought a 150 woman, it would be a bloodbath. It would be a bloodbath. Like, and it's not because she's not a good fighter or didn't train enough. It's just not physically fair for you to do that, which is why that's the right choice.
I'm less confident than you. I don't know. These women are bad.
I wish we had a pro to ask really quick. I wonder what Joe would think about all this.
Yeah, I wonder what he would think of it too.
He works for the UFC, so he's not going to actively talk against a fighter and say, they don't have what it takes to take a layman.
No, he'd totally be honest. He'd be like, yeah, you could beat up this chick. Yeah.
Joe fights, by the way, in a month. I have in my head it's the 16th.
Where's the fight again?
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the next fight. I've had to watch his last few on YouTube like 3 months later.
I think it might be in Vegas. Because I remember thinking like it was out of the way. I could be wrong about it.
So it's January 31st, and it's UFC 183, and it's in Vegas, like you said, MGM Grand. Yeah.
January. Did you say 28th?
31. It's the same card as Anderson Silva, Nate Diaz.
I'll be in Vegas on the 14th, 15th, and 16th or something like that.
That's when I thought it was. Maybe I got his trip mixed up with yours.
Oh, that'd be cool
not.
if it was.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at it right here. It's definitely January 31st.
Yeah, that would have been great if I was going to be there at the same time.
Yeah, I happen to know Joe doesn't like fighting this time of year.
Why's that?
Because he likes to eat without discipline at Thanksgiving and Christmas.
I knew it. I knew it. In my head, I was like, he's not getting to eat that turkey like he wants to. I bet he wants to make sandwiches that are like this fucking high. Like when we were on one of the paintball trips in Chicago, we went to like an Applebee's, and Joe was like, "Give me the sirloin steak dinner, and give me like the lasagna dinner."
You got a pasta dish too. Yeah, pasta and full orders for both and sides for both.
Yeah, and a giant like caramel milkshake.
Yeah, Joe eats like a fat kid and works out twice a day.
It was pretty impressive. Yeah. It was a lot of food. Although he didn't eat enough fucking hamburgers that night, did he?
No, he didn't.
Your hamburger eating thing where they overcooked the burgers and you guys were trying to chew through dry, crispy sawdust meat.
Those burgers were so gross that after I was done, I vomited them. I forced myself to vomit them all up because I refused for that to be one of my Chicago meals. Because when I go to Chicago, like I'm serious about my food. Like I always eat delicious.
Yeah, we go to
food.
Applebee's.
Well, no, that was like a lunch one day. Like the first like actual day we'd spent there. Like we were just like most of you guys were asleep. Like were you asleep or were you there? Because I know like T Martin I think or somebody like slept in or something.
You're talking to me or
Applebee's? Yeah, I was at Applebee's.
Yeah, during the daytime though, like the daytime Applebee's trip.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I don't remember. There was a bunch of us. That was a good time. I really want to do another trip like that. I hope this Canada thing works out.
I want to do this Merca question.
Okay.
Do you want to read it yourself, Merca? It's right below mine.
Right below.
I'll read it.
Let me find
Question
it.
for Merca. If you had to move to another country, where would you go? What would be the hardest part, and what would you miss most and least about the USA?
Oh, this is a good one. I think we should all go around with this.
I agree.
If you had to move to another country, where would you go? Well, I definitely would want to go to an English-speaking country.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it was some barbaric form like Australia.
Bogan.
Actually, you know what? Australia would be a good choice, I think, because you're getting a lot of culture that's different. You're getting to see a lot of different animals, a lot of different scenery that's different.
Crappy internet.
The people are probably pretty similar, so you're not having to endure a huge, shift in so far as how people communicate and cultural norms and stuff like that. But you'd still be exciting and fun, and you'd almost convince yourself that you're, taking a bigger risk than you are, because it is Australia. Like you really think of the big three English-speaking countries, like for on the three different continents there, of the UK, America, and Australia. That's what I think. I think of those three as kind of the triad, and so I think Australia would be pretty cool. The hardest part would be Probably just leaving your family and your friends and everyone, having to go not watch hockey anymore, get into whatever dumb fucking sport they like there, probably cricket, right? Missed most and least about the USA. Most would be my freedoms, and least would
Are
be
you serious?
The fat people.
Kyle, do you want to go next or after me?
You know, with recent results, like if we really do open up Cuba, Cuba's 90 miles away from Florida. Florida is a 2-hour flight from where I already am. I think that Cuba puts me really close to my family in another country where my money's probably worth more, I guess. It's a vacation spot. It's a beautiful place besides the American torture prison that we keep there. And I think it'd be fun to be there. What I would miss the most, probably guns. I don't think that's gonna fly down there. Though maybe it will. Maybe like $10,000 pesos would like get me in good with like I don't know some local guy who's like shoot our shit and I could shoot. Maybe I could still have my fun. What I wouldn't miss, the fat people would be nice. It'd be nice to get rid of them. I see some, especially around here. There's some nasty people. I think.
Yeah, in Georgia, I can't imagine what you're enduring.
It's rough, man. It's
They
extreme.
literally make Coca-Cola there. That's
Dude,
where it
I
comes
went to
from.
a Mexican indoor/outdoor flea market the other day. You should have seen the freak show I saw. It was outrageous.
What did you see? Describe.
Okay, there was a tiny Korean lady selling lingerie and like basically stuff to fuck your girlfriend in, and she had these like crazy like ass implants. It's like underwear with ass implants in them. And hang on, I got them over here. Let me grab them.
What a lie that is.
Ass implants? Underwear with ass implants?
Yeah.
No, I'm okay with it. I don't care. Yeah. Whatevs.
So
let me see these things.
So they sell these underwear. They've got them on mannequins and stuff. I was like, damn, that mannequin's got an ass. And then I realized it's fake. There's a big pad in the ass of these right here. Like, I don't know if you can see that, but like, there's a huge pad in here. So, and these are like the small ones, but like
that's like a bra for butts.
For your butt.
Yeah,
and
look
they
at
make
that.
them. This is the smallest one they make. So like, and then I started looking around at all these Mexican women, and they all had these badonkadonks. Like they were like unnatural, like ass cleavage, and I was like, okay. They're all wearing these ridiculous underwear. Like this is outrageous. So I saw that, and I saw all kind of like bootleg products for sale, like huge seas of like barrels of just random junk for $1. Bootleg DVDs, all kinds of like they were selling chickens and roosters. There was a man standing there with a brown apple and a blade, and he was like, "Apple," and I was just like, "Fuck no, man!" Like, Jesus Christ, he wanted to cut me a slice off. I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
You have to eat it off of his knife.
What is this, like 16th century Venice? Yeah, cut me off some, dude. Like, no, it's a weird place. And there was a pony that was like limping out front, like making the circle, like you could pay to ride it. It's an interesting place, the Mexican flea market. But what I would miss, what I would not miss, what I'd be happy to get rid of, I don't know. There's a lot of things that I don't like so much about the United States, but I don't know if you get rid of them by going to Cuba either. So, I don't think you're going to like get rid of an oppressive like police force by going to Cuba. Like I feel like down there you like get your head bashed and you say the wrong thing, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just ignorant.
I think anywhere we would move, where we thought we were going to get a way better life experience because we're leaving America, like we don't have to deal with that, dictatorship of police, man. Like you would just get to another country and be like, this is just kind of reality.
Oh, shit. We have the mob here. That's right.
Yeah, it depends on where you go. Like I don't know how much Marcus. I might have been to the most countries on the call, and when you go to like Europe and stuff, then it pretty much feels like the U.S. Maybe the rules are even more oppressive, for lack of a better term. When you go to a third world country, suddenly you realize how many rules you have, right? Like Americans think they have all this freedom, but you fucking don't. Like you want to see Old Faithful, over in Yosemite? they barely let you within 200 feet of that fucking thing. You know, like everywhere you go, there are. Do you want to blow something up on a hillside? Can't do that. You want to, unless you own the hill, and then even then maybe, right? You want to go. Like, there's just rules here for everything. Like, your driving is strictly regulated. You know what car you can do. You have to have your trailer inspected in North Carolina. Like, there are so many things keeping you in line here that you don't really realize are keeping you in line. And to some extent, that's just a functioning society. But when you ask whether or not you have freedom, like in the Dominican Republic, you've got freedom. Right? I mean, there's whores everywhere, which is not why I go. But like, there's whores everywhere. There's no rules. You know, like I don't know. This is a way to measure freedom, but like we went to this like this water lagoon type thing, right? And there's stalactites coming from the ceiling, and you swim into a cave. And in the United States, this would be like a national wonder type thing. In the Dominican Republic, you can climb the stalactites. Right? You just like from the water, you swim up, you get like a grip on it and you're hugging it. And there you are hanging off a stalactite. Can you do that here? You know, no, they'd have like fences and lights by your feet and shit like that where they'd keep you away.
You'd have some anthropology professor berating you. You're going to ruin the integrity of the fucking rock. Like just something like that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if you touch it, like that's the bacteria that's on it up and it like cripples its growth for the next 300 years. Who gives a fuck? It's an upside down cave rock. Like, I'm licking it if I want to. It makes it grow a head like me in 300 years. Suck a dick.
Yeah,
so,
it's not like, oh no, I ruined the only cave rock. No, there's a lot. There's a lot of these. We can touch a few.
So there's this balance, right? Like we're somewhere in the middle, I guess, freedom-wise. And like to us, what is just civilization and, you know, rules that, of course, you follow because it makes the world run smoothly. To them, you know, would be like, seriously, don't tread on me with all this like nonstop, constant life invasion bullshit. Your car doesn't have to be inspected to get on the road in the Dominican Republic. It's my fucking car. I just drive. Like, seriously, you make rules on what I can drive? Like, that's crazy there. Here, it's normal. So, anyway, where would I live? I don't know. The countries I have in my head that are most appealing, like
New Zealand.
New Zealand's interesting. But I had Canada? Like Finland, Sweden, cool. and Norway in my head, like that little trio. But I don't know if I could take the weather. Ireland's in my head. Like I see Ireland is kind of like in the picture that I have of Ireland is like, you know, big grassy rocky plains where you can sort of get some elbow room, kind of like where I'm moving. But I don't know if I could take the weather. You know,
wasn't Ireland neutral in World War II? I'm
not certain.
Pretty sure they were.
But
I don't know.
Maybe I could let that go when choosing my country.
Never forget. If George Bush told me one thing, it's that.
I'm going to check this out.
Never forget that Ireland didn't help. That's what George Bush said.
That's what he would say if he knew that. If he knew that historical fact. Or where Ireland was. I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure.
It seems like you're right.
Yeah. Those Irish cowards.
I'm looking for this. Well, they were officially neutral, but in reality, they did this or that.
We're trying to show up with our potato guns, but they sent us away. Fuck those guys.
Yeah, actually, that's what I'm finding. Right? Their official position was neutrality. There are many unpublicized contraventions of this, such as permitting the use of the Dongle Cordell to allow Allied military aircraft operation, etc. They did something with D-Day.
I'm glad the English have been fucking you guys over for a few centuries, you cowards.
They certainly weren't on the right team, even if they weren't necessarily on the wrong one.
No. You couldn't choose a side when it came to Hitler and Hirohito and Mussolini. Good job. Of course, I guess when you're that fucking drunk, who can tell?
Yeah.
But yeah, the countries that most appeal to me...
That's just a string of foreign letters.
Have terrible weather. New Zealand's interesting, too.
I'm sorry, Ireland.
It's cool.
New Zealand's cool. I'm a big fan of the idea of New Zealand. In fact, like, I really honestly want to go. It's been in my head for a long time since I saw the Lord of the Rings movies that I really want to go there, see where this shit happened. Like, I know there's some CGI, but especially in the early ones, I've seen behind the scenes footage of like Elijah Wood and all these people like chilling, like drinking a Coca-Cola with like this mountain range behind them, this crazy green valley, and like I want to go see that shit. Plus, the country's cool. The people speak English. They seem very friendly and down to earth, and I'd like to do it. And it's near Australia, if my geography's halfway decent, so I could hop over there and have some fun.
That would be cool.
You guys ready for the next question?
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, I'm a longtime viewer around since PKA 7 and Patreon member, so obviously attractive and big penis. I am currently in university for accounting and finance, but I'm having second thoughts about it. My real passion lies in archaeology and paleontology, but with those majors I would most likely end up as a professor, which is something I have no interest in doing. What do you guys think I should do? I'm in my third year, so I'm almost done a business degree and have a co-op lined up with an accounting firm in the city. Sorry for the poorly written email. Just finished exams. Brain is exhausted. So this guy is well on his way to a good white-collar job with degrees in accounting and finance, or maybe 1 degree accounting and finance. And he has a co-op lined up, which is kind of like a paid internship, if I have that right, with an accounting firm in the city.
Mm-hmm.
But his real passion is in archaeology. This is tricky.
You're not going to be Indiana Jones, and you're probably not going to make too much money as an archaeologist. I don't know. Maybe you follow your heart. It just depends on what's more important to you. Like you have to figure.
It almost ties into the 50-year versus 100-year thing too. Like, and you know, all these actors that say follow your passion, you can do it. Yeah, well, fucking thank you, Tom Cruise.
$10 million a year, asshole.
What'd you say?
His passion pays $10 million a year.
His passion, but he's also that 0.01% who actually succeeded by following his passion, right? Like, I succeeded by following my passion of video games. Do you know what a terrible bet that is? Ask 99% of YouTube. You know, it's easy to listen to the very rare case who said follow your passion because it worked for him, and he sincerely believes it. He thinks he's giving you good advice, but in reality, he's telling you to try to be the next. I was about to say Bon Jovi again. I don't think that worked.
How old are you?
I'm so old. But
Bon Jovi?
Right. I don't know why he's in my head. But yeah, and it's tough because, you know, like, and then what do you also, I'm advising this guy to go into accounting. I tried accounting. It wasn't my cup of tea. You know, like there are happy accountants out there. I promise you, right? Like, let me describe my father's accounting office, right? There's my father and his partner. And my father's partner had this ability to shoot rubber bands, but he was a freaking rubber band shooting ninja, right? He never missed, and he could do weird shit. Like, they had light switches, you know, the kind of light switches that they're not switches that go up and down. Yeah. They're like buttons back that press. And forth. Yeah, they're like little paddles,
like a seesaw.
Yeah, he could turn the lights off with the thicker rubber bands. And he tried to teach me. He's like, Woody, the trick is you pull one side. One side has all the tension, and then you aim with that side and it goes straight or whatever. And he would do shit with, like, he could lob them, right? So Ralph, who worked for him, would be drinking coffee, and Ed would just lob up these rubber bands, and they'd be like, woo! He called them mortars, right? And he would do mortar shots, and he'd land in Ralph's coffee, and he's like, son of a bitch.
Sounds like a dick. Just shooting shit into other people's food, dirty rubber bands.
Withhold your judgment. Or he'd do like the laser beams, right? Where he'd just like pick off Ralph's earlobe. Well, Ralph had no talent whatsoever. So Ralph would do cluster bombs, which is a whole fucking box of paper clips. He'd just be like, fuck it. You just lob over like a cluster bomb and rain paper clips down on Ed. And like that. So that was the office environment where my dad worked. You can be a happy accountant, right? It doesn't have to be like this drudgery of suck fest, right? People are still joking with each other. I would argue that accounting is maybe a little like school. You know, did you manage to have fun in school and enjoy your company and this and that? Because the act of learning calculus and history and other stuff isn't naturally fun. It's not inspiring. It's not like you're being an athlete in the classroom or a musician or whatever. It's not video games. But if you manage to enjoy yourself in school and figure out how to do that, then you can probably do that in an office environment too. I don't know. I feel like the archaeology, paleontology thing,
I think he needs to
Here's what
think
you
more
should
about. You can't just think about his work day. You can't just be like, well, it'd be way cooler to be dusting off a dinosaur cock than it would be to be crunching numbers all day or whatever he wants to
No,
do.
I
But
think he
then
should.
think about going home at the end of the day. Like, do you want to live in the, maybe if you really don't care about material things, you can go to a small apartment with the paleontology, paycheck and be fine. Or you will make a lot more being an accountant. Probably going to score better looking chicks. Like you got to have a payoff.
You need to come up with a way to figure out what you're going to do in the field of paleontology or with the paleontology degree that's going to be something that you're going to enjoy doing. And it's going to be worthwhile. If it really is going out in the field and dusting off bones, I don't even think they do that shit that much. Do you really even need the degree for that?
I don't know.
I feel like you could
audit a couple classes. That's what you should do. Audit a couple classes, see if it's for you.
Yeah, I feel like you could be an accountant who saves up to go on trips to Madagascar and dig up dinosaur bones if that's what you want. I'm not sure. It just depends what field you're wanting to go into with this paleontology thing. If it's something that you think's worthwhile and will support the kind of lifestyle that you'd be happy with, yeah, be a fucking paleontologist. That sounds fun.
When you're in high school and you're living for the weekend, right? You always know what day it is. You know how many days away Friday is, and then on the weekends you can do anything you want. That's kind of what being a grown up is like. Not for me because I make up my own schedule. Yeah,
because you got a family and everything. Not for me, because I threw all that away long ago. But for the rest of you out there, that's what it's going to be like for a while.
Yeah, it's kind of like school. Unless you own your own business, you work Monday to Friday, and you kind of I don't want to say you live for the weekends and that's your only joy, but weekends are nice. Everyone likes them. Everyone hates Mondays, especially Garfield. Don't know why that came up. But so what would I do if I were this guy? Shucks, I think I'd stay on the straight and narrow. I think it's a better life than archaeology. And by the way, that passion doesn't last forever. When you have an accounting and finance degree, it opens up a lot of doors. You can find yourself on Wall Street. You can find yourself at almost any big company. You're well suited to run your own company. You speak the language of business when you have an accounting degree, and that's a really nice thing to have. You could be in management. There's a whole lot of doors that open up with what you're pursuing. With archaeology, you can be an archaeologist, or you can pump gas in New Jersey. You can work at a restaurant. You can do all the sorts of jobs that a degree didn't open the door for.
Or if you're a smart guy, maybe you can come up with something interesting to do as an archaeologist. Maybe you're maybe there's a movie that needs an archaeologist expert to explain to him how that sarcophagus could look, and maybe you could make your job that. Maybe you could get yourself intertwined in the entertainment industry somehow, where you're some expert on so many things that when they want to get a movie right, they come to you. You've got to come up with a way to make the thing work for you. You're not going to be.
That circles back to this 0.1% thing, right? I would argue most people who get archaeology degrees end up asking if you want fries with that, right? Now, and you're like, hey, what you need to do is figure out a way to be an executive producer on a Hollywood set on archaeology-based movies. Someone has that job, right? Someone's really doing that. The Jurassic Park just came out. I'm sure there's some paleontologist that got hired in the making of that Chris Pratt movie, right? They probably had someone on there who helped with stuff. Interstellar just came out. I know they hired a cosmic scientist or whatever they hired. It was
Neil
a friend.
deGrasse Tyson. Go watch Cosmos.
It was his friend though. They literally hired Neil deGrasse. Is that it? Tyson.
Yeah.
They literally hired a friend of his, which is why they got so much right. So there's someone out there with that job you want. I just feel hey Woody, on the 6-sided die of life, I see myself set up for a 5. Should I roll again?
I don't know. Some people are good at rolling 5s. I think if you're the kind of guy who genuinely think that you're going to be some people are just successful no matter what they do. No matter what field you throw some people into, they're going to find a way to turn it into something that's going to work for them. If you're that type of guy, then be a fucking dinosaur scientist, bro. But if you're John Q, if you think you're just an average guy and you just kind of like dinosaurs, then you might want to stick out this accounting thing and crunch those numbers.
I think you should just stick with the accounting thing for now. You're at most universities, I don't know where he's going, but you can audit classes. It might cost a little bit of money or something, but you can audit a paleontology class, maybe an intro one, see what they actually do, and who knows, maybe 2 hours into the first class, you're like, oh my god, this is terrible. This is not at all what I thought it would be based on Indiana Jones. There's no, chases or fun discoveries, or it's not like Jurassic Park where it's like, here's my Velociraptor claw. Or, there's nothing like that. It's just boring. And like, what's that? Oh, it's a stick. Fuck. All right, well, what's this over here? Is that, it's a stick. And this, it's another stick. Like, they're not finding cool shit all the time. Maybe you'll find out,
here.
This isn't for him. Yeah, there may have been a forest here many eons ago. What we can garner from this stick is that the carbon content in the air was much higher than. Everyone write this down. Like, just silliness. Like, maybe that's what we'll find out.
Interesting question. I think it's really neat. And I think it's often people ask idols, right? Like, who plays Charlie from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Charlie Day.
Charlie Day.
Thanks. I should have took a guess at that. He was saying how, like, they told him to go for a regular job, and then he sort of bucked against that advice and decided to be an actor. And then he had a job on a pilot that looked like it was a real job, right? And instead of that, he took a shot and, doubled down on himself one more time and made his own show. And that own show turned out to be Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and it's just been renewed for like its 13th season or something. And I'm sure I got some of those facts wrong, but
10th season.
Well, the 10th season's rolling out January. I'm really excited.
I think he was talking about how far in advance they renewed it, but
yeah.
Anyway, that's like his thing, and he's like, I took a chance and it worked out, and I took another chance and it worked out. Then I took a longer shot and a longer shot, and now look at me. There's what I have is so much better than any of those opportunities I passed up. Right. But like, you're that rare 1 in a million person delivering this commencement speech at Stanford or wherever he was. And it's like, you're almost a bad person to ask for advice from. Like,
I think
it's almost like a lottery winner telling everyone, you don't have anything to lose by not buying a ticket. You could be a winner too. Just, have a little bit of faith. Get out there. Grab the world by the balls. Like,
that's the best analogy I have. Just 1 second, Kyle, and I know you got something to say too, but it's like, yes, it is asking a lottery winner for life advice. And he says, you know what? You should play the lottery. It worked for me. I get that, but
I don't think it's like a lottery for that in that situation, though. I think it's if they're believing in themselves and they're working hard. It's okay if you fail multiple times. I always hear those stories about how, like, this billionaire or that billionaire had been bankrupted, 3, 4, 5 times before they found the thing that worked, and found what would work and figured out how to do this whole thing. So if you go into it thinking, if you fail, it's over, then that's not a good mindset to have. You should be comfortable with failure. You're never going to get anywhere.
That's true.
Interesting. Yeah.
Unless you're like a huge percentage of people who continue and always fail, and then they just have to get used to it.
Yeah, if you're a fuck up, then at some point you just gotta lower your sights. Like you can.
Maybe you need to look at yourself and be honest, right? Like, are you doggedly pursuing your dream and making it happen? Like, if that's you, if you're working around the clock, if you think there's no start and stop to your workday, work is just awake time, then you'll probably achieve what you're trying to achieve. I made a video once, it got hated on horribly, but I was talking about self-employment and how much I liked it. But then I said something like, if you find yourself to be that guy that, like, doesn't do homework unless he's told, that needs to be followed up on, etc., then when you're working for yourself, you can probably think of YouTubers in your head who just aren't uploading videos because they need a manager there with the whip behind them, or they just don't do their work. If you think you're that guy, then you probably shouldn't be self-employed.
It's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, do you do your homework? Which is a particularly bad example for me because I didn't do my homework. I grew up somewhere along the way.
I hated homework so much.
Well, nobody likes it.
I really hated it, though. I really hated it. I was just... It ruined my days. I don't think that the kids should have homework. That doesn't make sense to me. They should go to school and then get the day off. Everybody else does. Nobody else works all day, every day, and gets paid nothing.
Oh, kids are not working all day every day. Like a little bit of homework isn't going to hurt somebody. It shows you some discipline. It's good I had to do homework as a kid in a lot of ways. Not every night, but it's good that I didn't just get to come home, say, fuck it, throw it all to the wind and forget it. You know? It's good I had to learn how to use commas.
The thing about homework is it's when you truly work independently, and I feel like that's good. If they could do that during the school day, maybe that would work out. I know I kind of slack during study hall. My daughter calls it seminar. And you know, I slacked at home too, I guess. That's not a great example. But
you probably could get it all done without resorting to homework, considering how much time is just pissed away at school. Just wasted.
That's true. I just feel like there was so much time in school wasted. There was so much time when I feel like just nothing was happening. I wasn't really learning anything. I felt like there were vast amounts of time that was just bullshit and minutia, just crap that I just didn't matter, like just French Revolution, blah blah blah, guillotine, blah blah blah, Marie Antoinette, blah blah blah. That
family trees of like British kings.
Why don't you teach me where to find a notary at? Because that's the shit that I actually needed. I needed to know how a notary worked. I had to go ask somebody. You should have taught me that.
Old man superpower right there. There was an SNL skit about it. Like, I know what notary is. I know what escrow account is. One of my neighbors is older than me. And we were talking about, like, rock formations under the ground, something I don't know crap about. And he's like, you know, he's looking out over the pasture. He's like, you see all those high points, that mound? I guarantee you dig down 6 inches from that mound, there's a big rock the size of a car under there. And it's like, right, that's why there's a mound there. This guy's older than me. I could learn from him. Like, that's the deal. He can just sit there and size up like all these mounds. They're probably there because there's some granite slab.
What a useful talent.
There were
see that mound there? That's
I quickly imagined
that's not a rock. That one is a rock. That one's not a rock. That one over there, that's not a rock. That's an old Ford Pinto someone buried about 30 years ago.
No,
that's a rock again. Can you guess what that one is? It's not a rock. Like that's
the scenario that I immediately imagined was like the neighbor's like grandpa with Alzheimer's happened to like wander onto Woody's property, and he's just like, yeah, I bet there's rocks everywhere, and he's just talking. Woody's like, oh shit, yeah.
Nah, this guy's sharp. He spent his life as an engineer. He moved down from Canada. I'm happy to have him as my neighbor. But
that's cool.
He was just he's kind of me 20 years from now. And
you're gonna be Canadian?
Oh God, I hope not.
No, he's gonna be bothering people in fields about what is under mounds. Having to have humor.
Dude,
wow, Woody, that's great. Good job.
When you spend time on Earth, you pick stuff up. And
do you have an anvil?
Say it again.
You need an anvil, and here's why. One, you could do metal projects within the future where you hammer and forge stuff, but also you've got enough property to launch an anvil now. You put a little black powder charge and fuse in there, and the anvil shoots really high in the air. It's really cool. You can launch anvils with black powder. It's fun.
It sounds incredibly dangerous.
It goes straight up.
When it rains anvils, stuff breaks when they land.
Yeah, they stick in the ground. It's just really cool.
Do you want to do a new question?
Sure.
There's one I liked. Here it is. Throughout the show, you guys have often mentioned how Wings possesses an interesting life and upbringing. In my opinion, I think that Kyle and Mirka should expand a little more on their life. Kyle tells us about your childhood and how you... Oh, Kyle, tell us about your childhood and how you got so into guns and how it made you the person you are today. Mirka, tell me about your life and how you were raised. Love the show. Keep up the good work.
I wasn't always like that into guns. Like I wasn't obsessed with them or anything. We just had some guns, and I hunted, and that was the way that I always connected with my dad. We both like to shoot, we both like to hunt, and that's kind of how I got into guns. He doesn't like them as much as I do, not nearly as much, I don't think, and he definitely doesn't like the tactical stuff as much. Like I think I gave him one of his first AR-15s. Like I've definitely armed him up a lot more than he'd ever been armed in his life over the last few years. Because I'll get like 2 or 3 AR-15s from a company or something, and and I'll hook him up with a couple. He's got AR-15s with the stickers still on them, like, that haven't been shot and shit. Sitting in
Would
his
you
vault.
say you're closer to your dad than any of his other kids? Guy's got a lot of kids.
Of course, yeah, oh, totally. Well, he's got 4. Like, yeah, 100%, yeah.
You win the Dad Loves Me contest.
Oh, by like a factor of 10. Yeah, totally. Yeah, they're not even close. They don't even compete.
The one sister that's a winner seems like, she's cool. No.
Me and Dad are like, best friends. Like there's this 2 years when I was homeschooled, and it was like me and him all day working together. Like, we hunted together. We're a lot alike. We agree on a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a real. We often agree on things. Like he's not like a lot of the guys that are his age group and from his time and place. He's not bigoted and hateful toward like any group really. Like I can sit there and I can talk to him like I do you guys, and he agrees with me most of the time. And he's a smart guy. We get along super well, and a lot better than my sister. Like he's, he wrote Kelly out of the will, so like there's that, and then my other brother, I don't even know like if he's still alive. I haven't seen him since I was like 8. The half brother, and then my half sister. I don't really see her. She comes and visits a couple times a year. They're friendly, but it's not like a close bond. She was
the half brother and half sister. I guess they grew up with the moms.
Yeah, they did. One of my half sisters would stay with us from time to time, like my mother and my father. She'd come and stay with us for maybe a month, 6 weeks at a time, and that happened maybe 3 or 4 times throughout my childhood. Like she'd come and stay with us for a month or so until she got in trouble again and had to go somewhere. She was always in trouble. That was the thing. Like I was not always in trouble.
Like drug trouble, or like what kind of trouble?
I'm trying to remember. At one time they stole there was like a condom machine in a bathroom somewhere, and they ripped it off the wall and stole it so they get all the quarters out.
Nice haul.
Yeah, well, stupid shit like that, that we find like a huge supply of condoms and change. It's like, what the fuck's going on over here?
I know a guy.
Are you fucking Pac-Man?
I was camping. I was off-roading, and this guy, he thought it would be the coolest thing. He comes back, and he had stolen a vending machine, like a soda machine, and he brings it back to camp. He's like, look at this! I got quarters and soda! But like me and most of the guys were like, dude, you just stole a vending machine. Like, get it out of here. I don't want anything to do with it or
Wait,
you.
The whole thing?
Yes, he brought it back to camp. He took the soda machine and brought it to in the woods with us.
What a champ! I want to go to camp with that guy.
Me too.
I didn't like it. I wasn't looking for any trouble. We were going to make our own trouble with off-road buggies and stuff. I mean, we need to steal from rob anybody.
Yeah.
Pepsi gonna come and break your kneecaps? They don't mind. They got a lot of soda.
I don't think it's owned by Pepsi. I imagine a really small business owner who invested in some little location.
Probably so.
Yeah, probably so. But it's easier to not feel like it's bad if you pretend it's Pepsi.
We had a situation at work where the Pepsi guy would come, and my desk was near the vending machines, and it was a very the desks at work had real estate values, right? Like the closer you are to the door, the better. I was second closest to the door and next to the vending machines, which was a trade-off I was happy with. I had a popcorn machine as close as I am to my monitor right now. Like it was right there.
Mm-hmm.
A1 place. So I could see the vending machine guy, and I noticed he didn't lock that motherfucker up before he left. And I was just like, I'm zeroed in on it, and I'm like, forget. You don't need to lock it up. Just go about your day. I'm talking to him over there. I'm just kind of like casual conversation. I'm hoping he forgets, and he does. As soon as he's out of there, I'm unscrewing this thing, and I open the gates, and it's free soda, and I didn't take the money, although I could have, but I'm just like I go, free soda! and I'm like, I get myself like maybe 8 of them, take them back to my desk, throw them in the drawer. A couple of my buddies come, they're getting sodas too. And then one little whiny bitch goes to the manager. He's like, CJ, they're robbing the damn Pepsi machine. And the manager walks over. He's the general manager, the whole dealership, 28-year-old black guy, really slick, cool guy, making tons of money at 28, managing this huge dealership. He's like, fuck fuck the Pepsi guy. He gets himself 2 Mountain Dews and goes to his office.
I wonder what it would be like to work in a place where everyone was so like blatantly unethical, right? Like,
it's so good.
Like Wolf of Wall Street, Kyle's car dealer strip, like right. That's like remember when he was like, yeah, these what were they called, pink slips or something in Wolf of Wall Street? They were selling tiny
pink stocks.
Yeah,
pink stocks.
The penny stock.
So people don't know. You buy like, I'll make up a number, $50,000 worth of Federal Express, and it costs like $5 for that transaction fee. When you buy pink stocks, and I've never done this before, so I could be wrong, but apparently like 40 or 60% of it was just to the broker. Like they took like half the money, and you couldn't make money because you pretty much had to double your investment to break even. Like you buy it for $5, $250 goes to the guy. You got to get from $250 to $5 again before you can sell it. Like it's really hard to make a profit, and they knew that, and they were selling to people who were uneducated on the topic, who thought they could make money, and they would just be like, "Yeah, this trash truck that you've never heard of before, they're going to be the hottest thing in waste disposal. Buy it."
I loved when DiCaprio's sitting there and he's like, it's his first day on the job at that penny stock place, and he hits him with the sales speech, and he's just every time the emphasis he's putting on the words, and he's just like, fair enough, and I'm just like, oh my god, I've seen that shit so many times. That fucking sales pitch, that whole thing. He's
doing like the hand motions as he's doing it, where he's like, so you're meaning to tell me that if I were to put you in at $18 and I take you out at $42, that you wouldn't want to put in $5,000 now, or whatever he was saying. I don't know stocks, but it was a good scene.
I really
the movie is great.
It's so unethical. He knows that he's stealing from the guy. He knows that what he's saying is a lie. That this person is not going to make money, and it's not even like there's a chance he'll make money, right? Like he's selling lottery tickets.
Yeah, they're showing the picture of like Aerotine Industries or International, whatever the business was, and it's like some
garage
on top of a little shack.
It's garbage. The whole thing is a scam.
Cutting-edge radar technology that have both military and industrial uses.
And it's nothing. So I don't. It just like the environment. Like if you could get behind the curtain, Wizard of Oz reference. I almost want to spend a day there and just see what it's like. Like Kyle's told stories like, someone's gonna walk in that door and I am going to fuck up his financial future. We're gonna sell him a car at top dollar, and
like the dream. It's like this guy has some disposable income. All of it should come my way. Like there's no like if he's willing to do it, then that's on him. My job, it's like when you're a lawyer, you're like, yeah, you'll defend a guilty person. Like it's the law. You're doing your job. I'm a salesman. My job is to make this. My job is to sell.
It's not your job to spend their money.
No, I can't. I'm not supposed to jump in their back pocket and get them a moral high ground and decide whether or not they can afford $750 a month. Like all I'm supposed to do is represent my boss and Ford Motor Company over here. Like my job is to sell that fucking Focus for as much as I can get for it. I don't care if our kids get Christmas, motherfucker. I want some Christmas. I need that commission. So that's just the name of the game. I'm selling.
Yeah. In less than a year, I'm going to buy a car, and I think we should do it together. I think it'd be fun. We could live stream it. It could be long form. I don't know, but we'll just make some calls, work it out. I don't know how to do it.
It's really easy to do it. That's the thing. Like when you're on the other end of it, like as much as we talk about like the sales pitches and techniques, there's nothing you can do about a guy who just walks away and leaves and goes somewhere else. Like it's his time. If he wants to waste it, he can do it however he wants. But if you're buying, then you got all the power. Like you don't even have to show up physically. Like nowadays, you can do stuff through the internet, the phone. You can pit two dealerships against one another on similar vehicles. Like you can really break them down, and all you gotta do to begin with is go to a big corporate dealership and just ask to see the invoice, and then you're getting the car for pretty much cost anyway. Because why wouldn't they? Like why wouldn't they sell a car for $100 more than they paid for it? They still just made $100. They don't give a fuck. It's another unit. You can get them. You can get cars very cheap. The trick and the real skill comes when you're getting used cars for a steal. because that requires homework and research and mechanic know-how and all that. You got to be out there like trying to find some diamond in the rough that you can steal away. Basically, you're trying to take advantage of someone who's already been taken advantage of, where it's a situation where the dealership took this Mercedes in on trade and they only paid this guy $20,000 for it when the trade-in value was really $26,000. So now they're retailing it at $30,000, and if they sell it for $30,000, they make $10,000 profit. But what you've got to do is try to get them down to $25,000 or something like that. You got to get them to something reasonable. And if you're lucky, maybe you could get them down to $20,000 because they just have to sell one more car because that unit is more valuable than the profit they would normally make out of it.
Yeah, I've read stuff like buying on the last day of the month is actually a good tactic. That matters. That unit, they're motivated to make that happen more on the last day of the month than otherwise.
Everybody is from the bottom of the food chain to the top of the food chain in like the car sales game, if you will. The salesman, even on a Saturday, like we would have bonuses. We'd have these sales meetings where he wouldn't throw large amounts of money, but he'd throw a few $100s in the air or something. And but he'd put bounties out on certain cars. He's like, that blueless Sabre, you sell that, you get $500. You sell 2 silver cars, $500. You sell 3 cars at all, $500. You do this, $200. You sell that, $300. And everything would have these bounties. And if you sell 2 cars in a day, you get $100 cash. You sell 3 in a day, you get it, and it would just rank up and up. And so on some Saturdays, if you were playing your bonuses just right, like maybe you'd save customers up all week. You'll call them all in on a Saturday to try to rake in these bonuses. Like you can make $5-6 grand a day on a Saturday if you did something like that. You brought in 3 or 4 customers, sold them all, and then maybe you randomly picked up a customer and sold a car too. You get 5 units out in the same day and a couple of these ridiculous little bonuses they set up. It's a real game. It's fun. It was a fun job. But did
you mostly sell new or used cars?
It was both. That was the cool part. But with the bonuses, the salesmen have those little bonuses like that. That might be $100 if you get 1 more car. But the general manager who has some corporate guy breathing down his neck, he needs to sell the 500th car for the month or the 300th car for the month or whatever it may be. Maybe 250 cars. Maybe if he pushes 250 units, he gets an extra $25,000 in his pocket. At that point, he doesn't give a fuck what he's got to do to sell 3 more cars today. He's Crazy Steve all of a sudden. And that I've seen that happen many times where it's late at night. Everybody's been working on this guy for 4 hours. They just want to get it done, so they'll lose $800 if they have to.
Yeah.
But you guys... have to go.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, I was going to start a new topic.
Actually, this is to you, Mirka. You were gone when we started it. Throughout the show, guys have mentioned that Wings possesses an interesting life, an upbringing. In my opinion, Kyle and Mirka should expand more about their life. Mirka, tell me about your life and how you were raised.
How I was raised. See, this is a difficult one for me because talk about my life. I'm so young, I really don't have perspective on a lot of things. Seems like Kyle's got a real fucking, married with children style house that he grew up in with a lot of funny shenanigans happening. Mine wasn't really like that. I had 2 really great, loving parents. They're divorced now, but through my whole childhood, they were together.
They got divorced when he was in college.
Yeah, they got divorced when I was, I guess I'd been in college for 8 months maybe, but either way, once you're at college, it's almost like anything that happens back home. You can still go back and visit your parents. It doesn't matter as much that they're not together. It impacted my younger brothers more than it impacted me.
Mm-hmm.
But that's really the only, not even traumatic, but family crisis that happened throughout my childhood. Nothing really awful. Parents raised me well. They started me out raising me religiously. Eventually, when I told them hey, this is kind of nonsense, I'm not into this, they weren't even like, oh my God, you're going to hell. They were even like, yeah, it is kind of nonsense. You don't have to go. That. Really?
Your father was an attorney, right?
No. My dad. I don't even know what you would call what he does. It's works in the medical field, but not an attorney or a doctor. So it's administrative stuff for hospitals.
Okay.
Yeah, my mom, I don't know what she's doing right now. Brother's still in college, other brothers in high school. Really, there's just not that much to say. And I know it's boring and shitty, and I wish I should just have made something up, like I was molested, so you don't feel bad for me.
You're from Missouri?
Those pity points. Yes, St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Born and raised in STL. Great town if you like violence and dirty nastiness.
Losing
sports
hockey
too.
teams.
Baseball.
Yeah.
Losing hockey teams. Yeah. Hey, your Hurricanes won tonight, 4-1 against Toronto.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Squeaking one
Now
more
they're
win this
only
year.
Terrible.
You know what? They're not. I haven't been watching that closely, but they started off as like record-setting bad. Would they not have a win in their first like 11 games or 16 games or something like that? They were like 76ers bad.
They were terrible.
Then I sort of like faded away, and I came back a month later, and they were right there with the other bad teams in the league. But to get there, they must have gone on a hell of a run, right? They must have.
They did go. Well, in their last 10 games, they're 2-8, so not ideal.
Oh no, that's worse than I thought. But how many overtime losses?
They have 3 overtime losses in the whole season, but of the last 10, all 8 have been in regulation. They've lost 8 times in regulation, so not ideal.
Yeah, well, one of those twos was tonight.
Yeah, one of those 2. Forging ahead.
Yeah, so one might say they're on a 1-game winning streak.
Yeah, they're on a real spree. One of the best of the year so far, actually.
Probably ties for best of the year. I don't know if they won 2 in a row.
But yeah, sorry to disappoint the person who asked, getting all the life stories.
I don't think that's disappointing. That's information. Like be happy that you don't. You know, Wings. I thought it was cool in last show that Wings opened up about all that stuff. Like I was listening carefully. Like I had never heard any of that. I know Woody hadn't either. When Woody was asking him about his upbringing,
like I knew that the mom didn't raise him, that the grandmother mostly did.
Yeah, we knew that.
But like it was never explained as thoroughly as it was last show.
Yeah, that was cool to get all that. Oh, you were talking about Merca. You were talking about the religion thing. Cosmos is on Netflix for free. There's 12 or 13.
I've watched like I think 5 or 6 episodes of it. It's really good. I like it.
It's so fucking good. I promise. If you're out there listening to this and you want to expand your mind a little bit and you want a little ammunition to use against the ignorant and ill-informed and assholes of the world, Cosmos is a good place to get it. It's very educational. It's very fun to watch, and I love it. I really do love that show. Neil deGrasse Tyson is incredible.
That's true, and it doesn't have. I don't know if it's just me who perceives this with some nature shows and space shows, but a lot of them seem like they're almost condescending. Like some people believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old. Faggots, like just kind of derisive, not respectful, and this is kind of almost like the way Neil deGrasse Tyson handles it. He's not bashing anyone or making fun of religion or anything like that. He's just kind of basking in the majesty of it. Like you can tell he really just loves it. He's just excited to be doing it. He's passionate about it. I like that guy.
So I've seen every episode, and while they don't go like to bashing the religion, they'll get to like a thing where like religion did something bad, and he'll be like, and so we didn't advance for 800 more years until Galileo was, and it'll always be some scientist, Faraday or whoever, and then they were born, and this, and they do a lot of, there's a lot of like science history in there, and they use animation to tell that side of the story, and I love that. I love the style of animation. I love that it is animation. I'm glued to it the whole time. I learned a lot of stuff from it that I didn't know, and I like to think I'm pretty well informed. I love space, and I love astro. The whole I won't say I love astrophysics, but I love things that are right. You know what I mean? But I love programs that are astrophysics. You know what I mean? Like I like Star Trek too. Okay, don't let me get you wrong. I'm not over here like they got that quasar all wrong. Like the gravity would be 8-fold, please. No, like it's not like that. But
8-fold.
yeah, I really love watching. I really love watching and like and just being amazed by how well they. And one of the things they do, and I will say this, they break it down a little bit too much for me. I am a little bit brighter than they give their average viewer credit for, but what that program does very well is it explains things like black holes and evolution and DNA to the average person in a way that you can understand, and that's great. I feel like it's one of the most educational things I've ever seen.
there's a happy medium between good explanation of science and just so watered down and childish that you feel almost insulted.
Yeah,
like sometimes when they're like, you think of a black hole as a beanbag full of pop rocks. Hold it over the flame and you'll see the condensation of water. And I can't even fake science, Jesus Christ. But like, I don't like that as much as when they're just straight up explaining it. One complaint about the show: way too much focus on that stupid goddamn fake ship that he's soaring around.
Yeah,
really?
I don't care about
you.
that.
I'm
It's
with
really
you.
hokey and it's irritating. Just let him stand in a regular room and talk about it. I don't have to believe
I
like, wow,
disagree.
look at him flying right by it.
You
Like,
could stand in a sciencey building, like go to a planetarium or a museum or
No,
something.
no.
Yeah.
I think that's what separates this. I've seen the sciencey building stuff. This, I detach from that, and I feel like I'm on a science journey. It's a little bit Star Trek. It's a cross between Bill Nye and fucking Captain Kirk. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson is. I feel like we are on a journey because it's a metaphor for the learning journey we're taking. Like he rolls out the calendar of the universe's lifespan.
if it is a metaphor, it's the most blunt, punch you in the face metaphor of all time.
Yeah, it's the ship of the imagination. It's about using your imagination.
I don't think that's literally. I don't think it's a metaphor when it's so literal. He's like, all right, here's a metaphor for a ship of imagination. Here I am on the ship of imagination. It's not a metaphor. It's just a fake
a
ship.
literal ship of imagination.
I like the goddamn ship. I hope it comes back for season 2. And if you want to see something good, if you want to see some good programming, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know. Honestly, if you don't like it, I probably wouldn't like you. That's the way it works. If you don't like Cosmos, we probably wouldn't get along together. If you went, I don't know about all that bullshit, you're probably a dumbass. You really are. Like, you just are. If you're not on board with that stuff, I love it and it's fascinating. And if you don't like it, I probably don't like you.
It's interesting. I just don't like the shape or the ship of imagination because it pulls me so far out of the learning. It pulls me so far out of it. So now I'm not thinking like, wow, that is cool how the neutrinos are in multiple places at once and this, smart black guy's telling me all about it. Now I'm like, oh, so now we're in Fantasyland again with this really bad looking.
Wait. You're saying smart black guys only exist in Fantasyland? You racist fuck. On
Lefty
the other
tweeted
hand,
that earlier, actually. But,
dude.
No, I don't believe that.
In terms of bad shows, is anyone watching Marco Polo?
I haven't started, but I was considering it. What's up with that?
Fucking shit show. Like, I'm trying to like it. I wanted it to be another Game of Thrones or House of Cards or fuck, I'll even take Walking Dead. I mean, I'll take Orange is the New Black. I just want it to be good. I want another show. Like, I don't watch that much TV, but here was a thing I could get into.
Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, maybe that'll be next. But here's the deal. You've got Marco Polo. I didn't really know his explorer. I knew he was I didn't know his story. I knew he was an explorer. Beyond that, like, I wasn't sure. So the show opens up. This isn't really a spoiler. And it's in the previews. So his father goes there. His father was, like, doing something bad. Maybe he wasn't allowed there. He was trying to steal. And, he's supposed to deliver priests.
I think he was trying to open trade routes or something.
He's trying to open trade routes, so he was supposed to deliver priests to the Khan. Not Genghis Khan, but, like, his son.
Kublai Khan.
Thank you. And, but because the priest died or left or something, he says, here, take my son instead. Douche move. His son is Marco Polo. So now Marco Polo is being raised by, I was going to call them the Mongoloids. What are the people from Mongolia called?
The Mongols. The Mongols.
The Mongolians.
Yeah, so the Mongols are raising Marco Polo, and he's like this like slave, unimportant figure who kind of serves at the whim of Kublai Khan. The Mongols are filled with like kung fu fighters. So now I'm like sensitive to fight scenes, maybe more than an average viewer. It's shit. It is such shit. There's like women beating up 6 guys at a time. People doing 1970s Kung Flu like things. One guy, he is our greatest warrior. He's mastered all the animal styles. Tiger style, monkey style, drunken idiot style, or whatever. What do you think of Prey Mantis style? Oh, the guys think Prey Mantis style is a bit of a joke. Oh? Prey Mantis style is a joke? Oh. and then all of a sudden he beats
that's the moment
everybody
you
up.
want a sword to go through his chest and be like, yeah, it's pretty fucking stupid.
He's got these like fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex arms, praying mantis style, fighting people, and
it's like the reverse of the old time boxer. Instead of this.
Yeah, right. And that's what he's doing. He's fighting like this, and he's poking people and whatever. And the whole thing is stupid. It's shit. I can't really keep up with it. It's about the Mongols making horrible fighting decisions that are like, you can spot them from a mile away. And I don't really know my Mongol history, but I'm like, I don't know. That city's got walls and defenses, and it's China, which is no joke. And they're like, maybe you shouldn't run up to it with your fucking untrained barbarians, because they'll just like, they have bow and arrow technology. And, anyway, the whole thing is stupid. It just gets stupider every episode. I'm trying to get to the end like I'm being paid for it or something.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you took the bullet for me on that one, because I was strongly considering it, and now I'm not going to watch it at all.
Still give it a shot. I've watched the first probably 5 episodes.
Nice.
I'm getting steadily less interested as it goes on.
That keeps going through 15.
Oh, you watched that many? Like I watched 5
maybe
or 6.
like 12 or something. Yeah,
dude.
But, the fighting, that guy when he says the praying mantis style, like I could feel myself sitting there watching, just kind of cringing a little bit at it. And the kill move, I remember because I turned it off in the middle of the episode after this. That dude, when he's walking through his troops, trying to rally them up for a fight, he decides, hey, the best way to rally them up is to literally kill one of them, literally right now in front of everyone. So he challenges a very useful-looking soldier to a fight, and the soldier's jacked, biggest Mongolian guy in the whole horde, and he is like doing his whole, Naruto stuff, and then the other guy is just all arrogant.
Style
puts his
librarian.
hands behind his back. Hands behind his back. He fights like this, and he does some Anderson Silva shit like that for about a minute. And then this expert in all animal styles can't tag him. Can't tag this goofy, flamingo fuck. And eventually the killing move is he gets the guy on his knees and he hits him with like 3 fingers in the side of the neck. Not even hard, just like a and the guy goes down. He goes down like he was shot.
By the way, the greatest
Terrible.
kung fu teacher in all the land is blind, right? He can't see anything, but
of course
apparently
he is.
sees everything, right? This guy, like everything that happens, he sees it coming. He says he doesn't have 2 eyes; he has 1,000 eyes, and he uses every sense to know where everything is.
That's when you want to hit him in the head with a rock.
But in a realer sense, Mr. Blind Man, you have 0. In a realer, more tangible sense, you don't have any of
You see that coming? He's like, I see many things coming. You see this coming or this? And just like
I have not only 2 eyes, but 1,000. And like just.
I'm frustrated because I really wanted it to be good. I can see that they put a decent budget into it. They seem to film on set or something, but
Sons of Anarchy.
That's how I've gotten so far into it, is because I want it to be good, because I see it as potential. But I can't get involved in the political side of it like I can in Game of Thrones, because I don't have a vested interest in any character, so I don't care who has the throne. I don't care what they need to do to get there. And even Marco Polo, he hasn't done much of anything.
No, he's a waste.
He escaped from the Mongols, and then he came back and was loyal to them. And it's like, dude, you've been basically the fucking Greyjoy kid from Game of Thrones this whole time here, and you came back. You're even worse than Theon.
Yeah, Theon at least would have run. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, one of the main characters in this thing is this beautiful woman. I think she's royalty. I can hardly pay attention to the show. And the deal is, if you can out-wrestle her, you get to fuck and marry her. So she's like the hottest 24-year-old virgin the world has ever seen, and she just out-wrestles these guys. They're like 6'7", jacked, and she's like tossing them in the air like they're children, because that's how I imagine I'd wrestle children.
See, that shit's stupid.
Well, I hate that kind of stuff. Pulls you out of the moment so hard.
Yeah, you're unable to continue to suspend your disbelief, and it's worthless at that point. Yeah. I suggest Sons of Anarchy. There's occasionally something that's a little ridiculous, but
the songs are ridiculous, and I hate them.
Why not? Why?
Do the motorcyclists sing
It's
in this
just
show?
bad. whoever. No. It's like in every episode. I've seen the series too. I never got that into it because my girlfriend was into it for a while.
Yeah.
And so I would watch it with her. I never got super into it, but like at the end of every episode, they have like a 4-minute song that must have been chosen by a retarded person. It never fits with the theme. They're trying to fit montages of
And it's a
people,
cover.
crows flying away and bikes going by and guys looking listlessly into the sunset. Like they're just trying to fill shit up for this hour-long show, and it becomes more and more obvious as you watch it because nothing's happening. It's just a bad song played over bad footage, and it has the worst intro of all time.
And it's often a cover of the song. It's like someone else singing it. And I think, and I could be wrong about this, though Google would prove me right quickly, that Katie Seagal, is it Katie Seagal? Is she the mother from Married to Children? I think she is singing some of those songs. I am almost
She is,
positive.
because my girlfriend told me. She looked it up. She is, and it's bad. It's
Yeah.
embarrassing.
It's not that great, and you can totally tell it's her. And so there's like something about her voice that I could pick out of those songs. But that show is so fucking violent in the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Is there sex too?
Oh yeah, lots of sex.
There's
but
not really much sex.
It's mostly man ass.
No, there's not that much good sex. There's a lot of man ass, a lot of great man ass.
Oh.
But
it's good man
It's
ass.
not really what I was hoping for. I was looking for some Game of Thrones like stuff. A lot of violence, a lot of sex.
Well,
Some
it's
of
on
my favorites.
FX. It's on FX, so you can't. They push the boundaries really hard. Like you find out in the final season that a grapefruit spoon is great for taking an eyeball out.
It's good violence.
yeah, like
The last
one thing I
season
could
was
not
so
get past
hardcore.
in the whole series is that they're wearing leather jackets all the time with their names emblazoned on them and Sons of Anarchy and their hardcore sickle skeleton guy. Yeah, like it's
Committed
too.
crimes in
What,
broad
no,
daylight.
it's what an 11-year-old thinks a motorcycle gang does. It's not. It's just ridiculous. They have a huge moral qualm with selling drugs. Sorry for all the spoilers. I'm ruining yet another thing without telling
You know who the baddest motherfucker in the whole like in that universe is though? Otto Delaney.
Oh, the guy who like got his eye cut out and he bit his own tongue off in prison.
Yeah, that guy. Otto
Yeah.
Delaney is a bad motherfucker.
I'll
You don't
have to
fuck
watch
with
it.
Otto Delaney. and if you do fuck with him, he can take it. For years, he can take it if he has to.
Yes.
You can rape him every morning and
All
beat him
right, stop
bloody
it
every
with the
night.
spoilers. You want me to watch this show? You can't tell me like how a whole 2 seasons goes.
Well, if you know how Hamlet goes, you know how Sons of Anarchy goes. It's like based on the same story.
Well, I'm safe.
Yeah, I think he's all right.
That's not a problem.
What is like shoot?
Is Hamlet the one where you're gonna get killed by someone not a woman born?
No.
It very well could be.
That might be
I don't know.
Beowulf. I forget. I'm mixing up my classics. Someone here will know. Let's see. Let's do another question. Let's see. Oh, here's one for Taylor. Let's nail him with this. For Taylor, have you considered getting back into YouTube? Why or why not? No, Tom shall not be considered a real answer. On another note, I love the show. Unlike 14-year-olds on Reddit, I greatly enjoy PKA post Wings of Redemption. It's more organized and entertaining to me. You guys do a great job. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to the fans. I look forward to PKA weekly more than any TV show. Oh, and more chiz. If you don't have a guest, you can't ever go wrong with the good doctor. All right, so
That was
Taylor.
a very nice message.
Woody added all that extra shit.
It's not true.
It is. It's not.
Oh, have you
Let me
considered going
think.
back into YouTube?
I really don't think about it at all. Not because I don't want to or I do and I just don't feel like I can. I don't think about it. And I guess let me start over. The best way to put it is like when I was doing YouTube, I would always say on my videos like, "Hey, I'm just doing this for fun. It's nice that I make some money, but at the end of the day, like I'm really not invested in this as a job like a lot of the people who are doing it around me. I like doing it. It's fun. If I see something that's funny and I want to rant about it for a little bit, I'll make a video and I'll use the same footage. Thank you very much. I just don't have any interest in it right now. I feel like I get enough talking done on PKA. Maybe someday I will make another YouTube video. I'm positive someday I will, but I never foresee myself regularly uploading it again. Just because I feel like I've said everything I can really say about every topic. I mean, I don't have half as many videos as Woody, but still like 900 videos on my channel or something like that. I can only rehash the same shit so many times, and it's almost better that I'm remembered so much better than I was because I quit. Like, people look back and like, oh, Taylor's videos were fucking sick. He had some great arguments, and they were so funny. And I'll go back and listen. I'm like, nah, this isn't that good. But I'm going to let you guys continue to believe that, because if I make a revival album, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, he was on the downturn anyway. He should have quit while he was ahead. Like, that's what I foresee happening if I do get back into it. So maybe, but no plans right now, and not in the near future.
Sometimes I wonder, like, they're actually talking about me on the subreddit. I hate to admit that I even went there. Although it's been like 3 days since I've even read it. Anyway, they were saying, hypothetically, where would Woody be if he continued pursuing YouTube like he did originally? And I hadn't really thought about that. Like, I do think that if I had kept making COD videos and just did what I was doing, which a lot of people wish I did. Most people, whenever I upload a video, they're like, wait a minute, this isn't tips and tricks about Call of Duty. That video's done, dude. Like, even the people who are great at the game and could give you tips and tricks, like the MLG pros and stuff, are not. Like, that. People don't need tips and tricks on a game that hasn't changed a ton in 10 years. I guess it's changed, but whatever. So then it would just be like my opinions, right? If we just kept rolling along with like Wife Wednesday, Tech Tuesday, Mail Monday, Feedback Friday, etc. I mean, I don't think it was about to skyrocket or rebound. You know, what it would have taken was a big shakeup on all the formats. You know, drop most of the things, come back with something different, change games, and suffer through the feedback that comes with that. You know, maybe change to Minecraft. I don't know. If you look at a lot of the Minecraft channels, something about Minecraft channel mortality is worse than anywhere else. You know, like I see people with 2 million subs getting 30,000 views. And you know, if you think like, oh, he's talking about this guy. No, there's a couple of them, man. Like, it's really common in Minecraft to have exploded and just, you know, lost your subscriber base. It's much tougher to keep active viewers there than in COD. So if I had done that, if I had gone to the Minecraft side, and no guarantee, but hypothetically succeeded strong there, I probably would be looking at like not a lot of views, not much long after that. This is definitely the right move to go to WoodyCraft, build the best Minecraft server the multiverse has ever seen.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you played that like a fiddle. Like Woody and I often have like private conversations where we talk about this stuff, and like I always tell him, like, you nailed it. The timing was perfect. Like your YouTube career peaked, and it was like, I don't know, you're like a skateboarder or something. I just imagine one of those sports where you have to like keep the inertia to like master it, like downhill skate, like like downhill skateboarding or something. Like where if you trip and fall, it's all over. But like, he reached the peak of his momentum, and like Tarzan. That's a good one. Peak of your momentum, grabbed another one, and now you're just fucking once again same trajectory. Like you couldn't go any higher. You peaked out on that particular vine. You picked a new fucking vine. You picked right, and it's perfect. And like I always say, like whenever this vine peaks out, if it does, you're gonna grab another one that's gonna do the same thing.
I hope so, because like that's what my wife says too, just like you. Like, oh yeah, you know, if this thing runs, you'll grab the next one, and that'll be fantastic too. Me, like in my heart of hearts, I'm like, it was a diving catch. Everyone acts like I planned this thing so great, but in reality, it was like, you know, I fucked up. I was out of position in center field. I got on my horse. I started running. I barely made it. I dove and I caught it. And now I'm a hero. But in reality, a diving catch often means like something went wrong to get there. You know, that wasn't a routine pop fly that it should have been. And, you know,
I don't think that was the case. I think that you were particularly good at like catching the pop flies. I really do. I feel like, and we've talked about, I won't go into it, but there's a bunch of things that I feel like you've got, you know, you're set up to do next. I mean, you're just good at being good because it's work ethic.
God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woody's dick tastes like cherries, by the way.
That's because I contributed to Patreon.
Yeah.
It makes it fantastic. But
you guys about ready to wrap it up?
No. Has it been 4 hours?
4 hours.
It's been 4 hours.
It is 1 a.m. I'm getting pretty tuckered over here. Pretty tuckered out. Thinking about going to a Waffle House. I ate dinner before we started, but it wasn't
House.
Yeah, Waffle House.
We have more AMA questions, so I think we should do some next week too, because I think that some of these have led to good calls.
Every week. I like these.
Yeah, I like them too.
Yeah. Okay. So that was Painkiller already, episode 211. And thanks again to Crunchyroll. I really like having Crunchyroll as a sponsor, so I hope that if you guys like the product that you subscribe through our link. It I don't want to go all. You guys got 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Back when we were doing like random 9-year-old YouTube channels as our sponsor. 9-year-old being the person, not the age of the channel. Look, if the money's there, we don't care, etc.
And we took that money. We did.
Oh, right to the bank. But I'm kind of proud when like a Crunchyroll or a Dollar Shave Club or like a real company invests in PKA, and it makes me feel good. So I hope that they see fit to to keep renewing with us. I hope that they're as happy with the arrangement as we are.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
That's the deal. We actually, you might guess that we get paid by sign up or something. We don't. We just want them to be so happy with us that they enthusiastically re-up and do it again.
Yeah, we hope that someone's over there like counting, but I don't think they are. Like we don't get paid anymore whether you sign up or not. But it's a legitimate thing that we use the thing. I genuinely like it. It works well. It does everything they say it's going to do. You get a free month for free, and after that it's just a few bucks a month. I like it. It's good. It's a good deal. I'm glad. I too, as I've said many times, I'm proud to have them as a sponsor on the show.
Yep. So anyway,
absolutely.
Painkiller Ready, episode 211. Thanks everybody.
Good night, guys.
Yep.